In case you couldn't already tell by the 4.5 hour long length of this video, I just crushed a vintage challenge with this cool brew featuring Oswald Fiddlebender, Savine's Reclamation, Intuition, Case of the Filched Falcon. It's got everything you could possibly want. Check it out. Okay, welcome back, Vintage Gamers, to a challenge. This is the last challenge before the second Vintage Showcase of 2024. I have a cool little deck I put together. I've noticed recently that the Shere Khan Turbo Vault Key list has evolved, making a very nice change, changing Goblin Engineer into Oswald Fiddlebender. This is a huge change because it allows you to not be in the terrible mana space of 5-color Glimmer Void nonsense. White is a color you were already playing in that deck, so you can just have a pretty reasonable change out of Oswald and Engineer. Obviously, they do similar things, but not exactly the same. And then you can get rid of the red nonsense. So what I've done is I've taken that and some ideas from some of the other Lurrus Saga decks in the format, and I've kind of put together my own version of Turbo Vault Key. I would classify this as Turbo Vault Key. It is still 4 colors. I did decide to splash the Haywire Might just because I think it makes a lot of sense to have the Haywire Might off of Saga and Fiddlebender, and it's really easy to splash off of like just a tropical is totally fine. So this is at its essence a Vault Key Lurrus deck. You are trying to assemble Vault Key in basically 100% of your matches. You have Oswald Fiddlebender to help that, along with double Vampirics, or double Tutor, I should say. We also have I like to play the Savine's Intuition package, putting a bunch of things in your yard, like putting Vault Key plus Reclamation in your yard is like a pretty fail-safe way to get things going, and then Reclamation gives you a lot of redundancy, ability to return Lurrus, etc., etc. So I've always really liked this innovation. I know not everyone does, but that's okay. What else? I'm playing just cards that I think are generically good. I think Dauntless's Mantler is a great card. Dress Down is a great card right now. Balance is a little bit better than it has been in the past. Playing a full like toolbox set of 1-drops to get with Fiddlebender. Note you can only go from 0 to 1 or 1 to 2 with Fiddlebender, so you can't like get a Mox, but you can turn any of your Mox into one of your 1-drops that have some kind of power, and then you can turn your 1-drop into a Vault if you ever want it. I am not playing Portable Hole. I am trying out Dusk Rose Reliquary. This is a card I learned about at Eternal Weekend playing Legacy. If you Fiddlebend this into play, you don't have to use the additional cost of sacrificing an artifact or a creature. This can hit any artifact or creature an opponent controls, not just non-land permanents that cost 2 or less. The downside to that is you don't hit enchantments, so you do not hit Oath. Oath is the big one that this does not hit, but I mean, I have a lot of Oath sideboard cards, so I don't really feel like it's a big deal. And then attacking an artifact or a creature is not really a huge cost in this deck either, so I'm not too worried about it. I have decided to at least play one new card in Case of the Filched Falcon. This is a blue enchantment that investigates when it enters the battlefield, so you get an artifact, a clue token. And if you ever have 3 or more artifacts, you can then sack this for 2 and a blue to put 4 1/1 counters on a non-creature artifact, and it becomes a bird. So you can like turn some of your Moxen into flyers and get in that way. And every time you crack the case here, you can bring it back with Lurrus, so it's kind of a sweet one. Fills up the blue count. Seems like a pretty reasonable idea inside of these Lurrus shells. I'm not sure like which deck uses this the best, but like it's possible that you could use this as like your main like non-attacking win con along with Saga. I don't know. So land base, I've made very heavily Lorien based, lots of dual land islands. I am including a strip mine, but not wastelands, because we're not trying to really engage in a wasteland game. We're trying to engage in a combo oriented game plan. I do think the Karakas is pretty free in these decks and is really strong in the mirror. You'll notice I'm not playing any Lavinia. I don't really feel like it's reasonable to play Lavinia in these Urza Saga Wasteland. Obviously, I don't have Wasteland, but like it's just stupid hard to cast Lavinia, and Lavinia gets worse and worse every turn she's not in play. Sideboard, I have all of my swords for the creatures, all of my priests for the graveyards and Oath, a bunch of combo magic anti-combo cards. I am playing a Null Rod, even though I am a Vault Key deck. I think having the ability to bring in one Null Rod against Jewel and then being able to turn your 1-drops into a Null Rod with Fiddlebender just seems really, really strong. So even if you are preventing your own like Vault Key win condition, you're probably just going to win on the ground anyways, so it's not a big deal. I still have a Tabernacle just because we are a Vampiric and Demonic deck. So this is my take on a bit of a hybrid between Turbo Vault Key and Lurrus Saga. Yeah, see how it goes round 1. I'm going to just play this challenge until I feel like I don't want to play the challenge anymore, so could end up being 3 rounds, could end up being all 9, who knows. I'll see you there. Have you ever wanted to win your own real Black Lotus? The legendary NYSE Vintage Tournament returns this June 22nd on Long Island in New York. 15 proxy, high stakes, paper vintage action with 8 whole pieces of unlimited power as prizes. You are not going to want to miss it. Check out more information in the description below. I hope to see you there. Let's battle. All right, here we go. Round 1 of our vintage challenge. We have a cat. See how we do here. It's a Lurrus Mirror. You're going to see that a lot right now in vintage, even regardless of Saga or no Saga. Just lots of Lurrus decks running around and a lot of variety. Blue, white, blue, black, and Esper, Saga control versions. You've got Deathrite Shaman versions with no Saga. You've got Breach versions that are more combo oriented, and then you have this Turbo Volky version. So lots of things going around right now in the cat space. I have a basic, so I can't get wastelanded, and I have some fast mana. I don't particularly think this is a super strong hand for the mirror, but I think it's fine. We technically have a Saga answer, and we have 2 Saga answers really. So this ancestral on my upkeep, no. I have a Force though. I don't find Force to be particularly good in this matchup. I think I am going to deploy just the key. I was interested in maybe deploying the Haywire Might, but I want to hold up Fluster. There's no reason not to hold up Fluster. And next turn, maybe I have a land drop, so I can have Haywire Might, Flusterstorm, and activate. They have their own basic. I'd love to hit a land, though. Even Lorien, pretty good. Did not hit a land. All right, I am going to play the Haywire Might off of the Emerald. She opens me up to getting swords, which is not great, but also means we're not getting something else sorted, so maybe it's fine. Missing land drops in a control matchup is not ideal. My opponent isn't advancing the board with anything else other than lands, but still not great. I have just drawn all forces this game. Yeah, I would much rather have lands than forces, but the thing is, what am I fighting over? This is gonna force me to fight over a Lavinia. This is gonna force me to. It's gonna force me to do things I don't want to do. My opponent has 1 more card than me, 2 more lands than me. I guess this is kind of a land. The swords. Oh, this is put Lurrus in hand. It's fine. At least Lurrus is something that I can fight over, so maybe it's fine. I've got some nice coverage on Spell Pierce, which is their main form of counter magic. The question is do I want to play this out when I'm probably, if they cast Lurrus this turn, I want to have Flusterstorm, so I think I can't even play out this case here, and maybe I even need this case to be a blue card for Force. Not that this case does much, but it does cantrip. It's got a clue attached to it, which is actually pretty good here, but I just don't have the mana. All right, well, time to see what my opponent does. Are we going Lurrusing? I will fight over it. Oh, they're not even going to go Lurrusing. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Just continue drawing cards. If I'm overdrawing here... They could still be black for Bowmaster, which would be pretty problematic, though. I guess at any point, they probably would have just Bowmastered and blocked, right? Or shot my Haywire Might. All right. I think the answer is just play this stupid case. I mean, casting Ancestral is not even great here because it just runs directly into having 10 cards in hand. I'd have to hope they fight over it and then force it back, and I just don't think that's good. Not that this card is like particularly great right now. Anyways, I just don't want to overplay. But I just don't have any mana to play like Flusterstorm. I don't know. It's not a great spot. Just like having 1 mana to 5 mana. I guess 2 mana versus 5 mana is just not reasonable. Especially because our other cards that we have in play are just not very good right now. I did immediately solve the case. I kind of feel like that's going to be the case most of the time. So I can turn some things into birds. And I also have the ability to draw, which is nice. So this is going to be swords. I don't really like the fact that this is getting sorted. I really like... I could exile one of my things. I think I'd rather just like use my misstep. Like, I think this card is pretty high value. It's my only protection against Saga at the moment, I mean, not only, because I do have a dress down, but... Alright, well, I just want to hit land, really. Hey, not exactly what I was hoping for, considering it's wastelandable and doesn't produce blue mana, but it's better than nothing, and it lets me crack my clue token, so, and hold up everything, so. This is going to be a long one round, I would tell you that much. Some good old-fashioned Magic the Gathering, Control Mirror. They went for me instead of themselves. Well, that seems bold. I feel like you'd want to use it on yourself there when you have a Misty. Yeah, I will just... I have to play this Krakus, even though I know they have a Wasteland in play. Like, ugh. 3 mana card is not ideal. Black Lotus. We're not fighting over Black Lotus. We're gonna fight over Lurrus. All right, so I'm gonna play Force Pitching Intuition. 5 cards in my opponent's hand. Force Pitching Repeal. Force Pitching Dress Down. That's it. Sweet. Do I cast the Ancestral? What else can they have? Like, they would have cast Spell Pierce if they had it. Alright, I'm gonna cast an Ancestral. I just don't know, like, what they could possibly have had that wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't cast Ancestral there. Neither of these lands produce white mana. Definitely holding my Strip Mine for a... Saga. So I can either stand up a key. I don't think I'm going to stand up an Emerald because I want to be able to Haywire Might. Or just buy Lurrus. I like just buying Lurrus here. I am just 1 white mana away. So my opponent only has 4 cards in hand now. So now we're at parity. We have the same amount of mana. Kind of like our spot. That was a really weird exchange. I kind of expected my opponent to have more counter magic than that. Just like don't know what it could be, right? Like what could they possibly have in their hand that they wouldn't have played? Like they would have played Lavinia, they would have played Wastelands, they would have played Baubles, Moxen. Could be more swords, I guess. They had enough to like hard cast negation, right? Or no? Maybe not. It's gonna be a treasure cruise. Yeah, it's a pretty like easy spot to go for my cash in on this fluster. Looks like they are flustering back. Okay. So they must have drawn fluster this turn, and then they had cruise in their hand. Okay. Well, I mean, that puts my opponent back ahead on cards. I assume they'll deploy like a Saga, or maybe they'll wasteland my black source so I can't play Lurrus. Looks like it's just blue-white. Definitely wanted to use Fluster over Force because I can just like cash in there. There's a Saga. And a Time Walk. Shit. Okay. That's a good combination. It's going to get them at least a construct. Not super worried about the construct, but it's definitely not nothing. Doesn't mean I'm stopping attacking. Though I'm pretty... What's this? Swords on... All right. Well, that's pretty good. Lose out on my Haywire Might now. So it's probably like Swords Treasure Cruise with the cards they had in hand. So now I actually have to use my Strip Mine to hit this Saga. It's fine. I have to. Like, it's forced play here. Right. So I think here we're just going to turn... We don't need this Emerald anymore. So let's just turn this Emerald into a bird and get in there. Pretty cool. I don't have a blue card for my force anymore. I kind of want a picture of this bird, though. Please. I don't think I'm in a good spot anymore. My opponent has cast Time Walk Cruise. I don't have the blue card for force. This looks like dig. Yeah, I mean, they're going off. We're not actually close to Vault Key because we only have one drop in play. I think we're in like a rough spot. They probably have 2 swords left, or at least 1 sword left in their deck. They're 2 hits from dead, though. If they don't find it at the third sword. Like, say they have 3 swords in their deck and they don't find the third swords, this does just kill them in 2 turns. All right, they've just drawn 100,000 cards. This is just a classic, an absolute classic blue vintage mirror where one of the players draws 100 cards off of double delve ancestral. All right, they found another swords. So I need to draw a blue card probably, so I have force back up here. I did not draw a blue card. I think that means we're supposed... I should just use the Misty Rainforest. I think that means we're just supposed to play the Fiddlebender. Because if they have a force, I don't want them to hit Lurrus. I'd rather them hit the Fiddlebender. Yeah. I think we're in trouble. Especially if they find another Saga at this point. They should find another Saga, right? They've only seen 1 Saga in the top 30 cards. Lorien. Yeah, my opponent has outdrawn me by 13 cards in this game. Wasteland. That's not Saga, so... And they know I have a Misty. We haven't seen any Sagas in our 20 cards, huh? I guess a Time Vault at any point still wins as well. Though they probably have a negation at this point. I would expect they have a negation, right? They're 30 cards deep. 33 cards deep. All right, well, I need a blue card. That's a blue card. So the good news is we have a play. The bad news is they have 5 cards in hand. Force. I'm gonna get Spell Pierced. Force pitching second repeal. This must be the Discover End list. They've played no Lavinias, have they? Oh, force pitching 4. Okay. All right. Well, I am fresh out of gas. So the only thing I can do here is top deck a Time Vault. My opponent doesn't have any value. They drew a Saga off the top. Okay. And Lavinia. All right. Well, they're at 0 cards here. We have a couple hits left. So Time Vaults all win it. Demonic is a good draw. Saga's okay. I think Saga's like not great here because they drew their Saga first. I mean, they drew a million more cards than me, so. This puts me... Yeah, I mean, this is my last turn of the game, so... Because I don't have a dress down left. I do have a Dauntless Dismantler, but I don't have double white. I drew the Fiddlebender. So if they just get a key, they win. That's okay. I'm just gonna make them do it. Yeah, I mean, if you get outdrawn by 12 cards in the blue mirror, I do expect you to lose, so makes sense. We were very close to winning this game, though. Just needed like a nice draw at the end there. Like if we draw like a Lorien reveal on the first turn, I guess we can't cast it. Um, just Time Vault, Demonic Tutor, those kind of things. Wait, they don't have Vault Key in their deck. Wait, so we don't lose. Cool. All right, so we still are on Time Vault to win it, and we have a Sensei's Top coming off the top. Because they're the blue-white full control version, no Vault Key, no anything, so... All right. Negation is a dead draw. Constructs are dead. So my only draw that actually gets me out of this game is Time Vault. So let's think. I have a Sensei's Top and a spin. I probably want to spin. If I spin, I can't draw Demonic. I guess I can also draw Dig Through Time. So I can draw Dig Through Time or Time Vault. All right, I mean, there's a lot of looks here. All right, let's do it. Sensei's Top. Spin. Dig Through Time. Oh, I can't Dig Through Time because there's a stupid Lavinia. Oh, man. That's so sad. Oh, the Dress Down is exiled, isn't it? If the Dress Down was in my graveyard, I could just Savines with a Dress Down. Oh, but there's still a Lavinia. So if I were... Yeah. Wow. Dig Through Time I can't cast because of Lavinia. That's unfortunate. So if I were to draw Savines and rebuy Lurrus, I could still rebuy... Wait, so I could Savines back a Caracas and bounce Lavinia. But then I don't have anything. So Lurrus is not enough, right? I would need Lurrus and 2 more blockers. Yeah. I just pitching a Dress Down to force actually was really, really rough here because I just don't have it. All right, so I am going to draw into Probe. Oh, I guess that's, yeah, whatever. I'm going to draw into Probe, cast Probe with mana because they have a Lavinia. And their 2 cards are... Oh, they have negation. They have negation Spell Pierce. You've got me beat, friend. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's the difference between drawing 15 more cards than each other. What do I want in this matchup? I mean, I have 2 like blow up the board Saga answers. I could have also played explosives in this deck, but you can't search explosives with any of your tutors, so it doesn't really make sense. All right, negation looks terrible in this matchup. My opponent is like full control. Like they have like 4 Bobble, 3 Mox, Lotus Ring. That's it. So we probably just want a bunch of swords. We could bring in Hercule's Recall as an additional board wipe, but we have enough board wipes is what I'm trying to say. I like the idea of having a Soul Guide Lantern. I like the idea of having Needle. Dusk Rose Reliquary. Seems fine. Fluster seems fine, but not great. It's like we have to win a counter war, but I don't think there will be that many counter wars. I kind of think I'd rather not have Fluster, and I'd rather have more swords. I feel like I can trim like a force too. I just don't think like there's just like besides Lurrus, right? There's like not that many things that you actually want to counter. Like maybe I want to resolve my own spells, and maybe that's why we want to Fluster. That's a pretty good reason, I think. This doesn't feel like a balanced matchup though. Doesn't seem like a balanced matchup. This doesn't I don't think I want to Vamp Tutor either. Just trying to be like a little leaner. I don't know. I feel like we should be extremely favored in this matchup. We're just doing a more powerful thing than our opponent. We have more good cards in our deck. Like, they're, like, super controlling, which is fine, but... Definitely interested in keeping this. There's some definite downsides to this hand as well, but... We've got blue mana. We've got a Saga to make sure they have to have a Wasteland. We've got a Soul Ring to pump our Saga. I guess this could get Mental Misstepped, but... They got forced. Force. Alright, well... I'm taking this as a sign of weakness, and I'm going in. I don't know if that's correct. They have double force! Okay, so we are not making Saga tokens. Noted. I assume that means they just don't have a Wasteland. So what do we get? We got Spell Pierce, Repeal, Double Force. I just don't think they need to do that. Like, they can just repeal the Saga tokens. Like, if I draw a Moxen and we're still good here. Ooh, Reclamation back my... Oh, I should probably... Yeah, this is fine. I only have one sea and I have 3 Tundras. They have 3 cards left in hand. What do they have here? It's like a... What is this? They're just cracking for fun? Lorien revealed, maybe? No? Saga of their own. Alright, so this should just be Black Lotus, right? By Lurrus. Like, they have to have another... I guess they could have swords. Oh, I drew Black Lotus. Okay, sure. In that case... Should I just name Saga? I don't have an answer to Saga. I could get a Haywire Might, but I need to get green mana. Those kind of like turn off my Reclamation plan, but... This could get negated, I guess. If this gets Force of Willed, I can buy it back with Reclamation. If it gets Sword, then it's less good. I can buy my Saga back, but I can't use my Saga. Probably still will, just to get some kind of other one drop. Swords, yeah. Alright, I mean, that wasn't the end of the world, but it wasn't good for us either. But the good news is we had this needle. Swords of my own. I would have really liked to have a land here so that I could not have to use my Black Lotus to play the Savines. Should I wait? I don't really think so. Five mana to rebuy Savines. Opponent has a Saga going off and 3 cards in hand. We have a Swords. Maybe this is Black Lotus, Lurrus as well. Another Saga. All right, Needles being great. So if their last card is Flusterstorm, it's like kind of bad here, but... Repeal. I could like repeal my own needle, make a construct, and then it's just not good. 3 cards in the opponent's hand, probably not much to do. They've got Bauble Rainforest, nice little combination. It's gonna be another long game. Fetch away. Pass. I'm gonna keep my repeal for something that matters. Alright, so I assume here we're just gonna get out of Sensei's top. We could also, like, hit their whole yard with this Lantern so they can't play a Delve spell. but I feel like getting a Sensei's top going is just so much better. So I'm gonna just do a top activation here. I do think I'd rather them not have a tutor here. I guess I can get Spell Pierce now. Oh, it's gonna get Hardcast negated. Yeah, I guess that's the downside of making that line. Is that line bad because of it? I don't think so. Like, it opens me up to like draw top other things too. Well, now I'm really far away from casting my Savines. Oh, Fiddlebender can win the game. That's so good. They have to have a swords. I'm just doing like so much more powerful things than my opponent when they don't like cast Ancestral into Triple Delve, right? Oh, they have a swords. If we make it all the way, we just turn our needle into a time vault and win. Got there. Sick. Very cool. 13 minutes each. Not bad. Both playing pretty fast. Yeah, my opponent like needs to stop us is kind of the thing. Maybe we do actually want balance in this matchup. I mean, I could be misevaluating how this matchup is supposed to play out, but this feels good. Like, our opponent spent 4 cards, like, attacking our Soul Ring. You're only allowed to, like, do that kind of... shit. Do I just keep it? Because it's all the good cards? Even though I have no mana. I just can't. I can't keep this. Would you keep this, chap? Write in the comments below if you would keep this hand. Game 3, Lurrus Saga Mirror on the draw. You have an Ancestral. You have no actual mana. Half your mana is Boxin, which your opponent could maybe Lavinia. That's so hard. Mulliganing in this matchup is really bad. Alright, I'm gonna mulligan. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure this is better. I'm gonna get rid of this force. And on-color Moxen? And Soul Ring? That's all your artifacts in your whole deck. This balance isn't looking particularly good, but at least the strip mine is looking good. Okay. All right, they don't have a follow-up land at all? Or do they have a wasteland in their hand? I think I want to start deploying magic cards. Even if this doesn't have a shot right now. Could turn it into something later. This is X, exactly X, right? It's kind of unfortunate against a Soul Ring. Sure. You know my hand. No land again. Classic Saga gaming matchup here. Saga number 2. Alright, I don't think we're gonna be balancing in this game, so I guess we're playing this Dismantler. Force? Sure. You got it. That's okay with me. Wasteland? Bobble. Ah, this would have stopped Bobble for a turn. Another nothing play. This means we're getting Saga tokens. Can't imagine that's good for my opponent. Seems like they kept a pretty risky hand. This balance looks so bad. Can't believe I have this balance in my deck. Ooh, Sapphire on color, sure. Wish I had my Dauntless Dismantler. It's ancestral then. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That makes sense on the keep. They kind of kept a hand that was a little not as bad as my opening hand that I mulliganed, but like similar issues. I'm gonna just hit their graveyard right now so that they can't treasure cruise. Kind of feels like they were going. Oh god, where did this come from? All right, I see you, opponent. I guess I'm the idiot for hitting them before they played a fucking Black Lotus. Oh, Needle, yeah. Oh, I guess they're gonna Needle Caracas. All right, things are bad. I see that now. Maybe I didn't want to make a construct so that I could balance. My land's going away. Huh. It's not great for me, though. I mean, I don't have the force that I bottomed. If I had a force here, I could definitely, like, go for, I mean, we should just make Saga tokens, right? So this first one doesn't have to make a Saga token. Make a Saga token, get a Black Lotus. Is it play Lurrus Lotus? Cast Time Walk? Demonic Vault Key? There's so many choices. This is a great screenshot because I don't know how you're supposed to play it. I'm also going to lose my Saga lands, so things that start to cost more. I think it's just always correct to like get more information and let this resolve. So I can get a Haywire Might to kill this Needle. Oh my god. Maybe that's the second thing we get. I can't replay my Black Lotus. Kind of wish I had like an Opal. I can't replay my Black Lotus. Getting a key puts me in a good spot. Getting a Soul Ring puts me down like a ton of mana. But I don't have a lot of colored mana. Soul Ring sets me up to win the game off a Time Walk, though. So let's do that. So if I go Soul Ring here, I can play Academy, play Time Walk Fiddlebender, and then even make a Construct, probably. Yeah. Let's go Soul Ring. Construct. Time Walk. Can pay for Spell Pierce and Flusterstorm. Can't beat Negation. Oh, Spell Pierce. Is it 2 Spell Pierces? It must be 2 Spell Pierces, right? Isn't that fine, though? Spell Pierce plus Fluster. Sure. They have 1 card left. I have double Construct, Saga going off, and Fiddlebender Demonic. Like, I'm not just completely winning, right? I guess if they have a Delve Spell or a Lorien as their last card, things get harder. Maybe I was supposed to attack there, actually. I was probably supposed to attack there. 2 cards. They can have hard cast Force of Will. Definitely making a construct. Do I make a black mana or maybe this spot is Black Lotus for Demonic and Lurrus? God, this is so hard. There's so many choices. I can't imagine I played this correctly. I can try to bait out their last counter magic by getting a Lurrus going. I mean, even Haywire Might is super good here. Freeze up Caracas, bounce their Lurrus, attack for 1,000,000. All of these plays are super strong. Could just like get a jet. Let's get a Black Lotus. Make a bunch of mana. Put Lurrus in my hand. Make black mana. Cast Lurrus. Resolves. Cast Demonic. Everything just wins. Oh, I shouldn't have played Tropical because I could have played Saga. My plan is to play a Dauntless Dismantler this turn. I guess I should have done that first. There's just so many things that are good here. I don't think I need to like go all in on Vault Key. I could just like keep approaching this in a... I don't know. Swords can't be right because I don't have enough white sources for swords to be correct. So they had their own swords? Shouldn't they have swords my Lurrus in response? They could have just stopped. I mean, it would have been great for me because I would have like played a Fiddlebender instead, but it can't be. It can't be white mana. Like I need white mana too. It just can't be swords. It had to be not swords. See, now they have Lorien. Okay, I might have thrown this game. I mean, I still have 3 constructs, so they have to find a construct answer. But like, I played this game really badly, right? It had to be something other than swords. Ancestral, probably a great choice. But this couldn't be it. Because they can draw Lorien. They drew another swords. I mean, the good news is they're not sorting my constructs. The bad news is... maybe that's bad news? I don't know. They have to block with Lurrus this turn. Alright, well, I'm going to Swords the Lurrus. Oh. Alright, maybe I should not have Swords the Lurrus then. Alright, I mean, they have to draw a dress down or something like a dress down here. I played this game badly. I think I need to review what I did in the last turn. I think that is the part where I'm not happy. We're going to go back and do that if there's time. Okay, well, there's time. Toolbox decks are notoriously hard to play, and this is no exception. I like how I played the game up until this point. So this is the turn that I need to figure out. Okay, so let me get some water. Man, I wish this balance was not balanced, huh? I guess what would it have been? Force of Will? So maybe I could have Force of Willed Lurrus. Though they had negation. They might not have had negation. Either way. All right, I definitely like floating mana and tutoring. And then once I'm tutoring, I have a ton of options. I think I like Soul Ring bringing out my mana base here, but we could also have done something like Jet, which would have at least helped our mana situation. If I had like an Opal, I feel like I would have gone Opal, which is kind of sick. I had a Petal, but like Petal's not the same thing as that. I didn't want to go Black Lotus and like go in on a Lurrus because I did end up doing that anyways, huh? All right. I mean, I think some kind of mana is correct here. I don't think it's key. Like, I don't think you're supposed to go all in on Vault Key fast either. You should, like, drain their resources first, and then... Like, you don't want to get your Vault Key negated, though I guess Oswald and Saga both can't be negated, so... But they did have a bunch of swords in their hand. Like, their hand might have, at this point, might have been, like, negation double swords. So I got the Soul Ring and used it to make a construct, which gave me enough mana to Time Walk plus Fiddlebender, right? That's another thing is the Soul Ring mana actually helped a lot in getting past the Fluster Spell Pierce. So this is fine. I'm okay with Soul Ring here. And then it seems like they have double counterspell. Okay, so this is before they had negation swords. So this is just Pierce Fluster. And I think making the Fluster go on the stack is good because we have a demonic still. So I pay and then I get flustered and that's fine. They're down to 2 cards now. They can't attack us and they don't have a draw engine. There's no bobble. So then we go to our turn. We definitely make a construct. That's not negotiable. And then I drew a tropical. So from here, I still can't cast things that cost like 3, which is worth mentioning. And then I have to choose between, I can go Haywire Might and free up my I think freeing up Caracas is a trap. And the reason I think freeing up Caracas is a trap is because I could just get my Caracas wastelanded, right? Like, Caracas is good, and it already did its job. It made my opponent needle... Like, my opponent needled Caracas instead of Saga. Which, like, makes sense if, like, they're trying to win with Saga too, but... Like, Saga is the way I'm winning this game, right? I made 3 constructs. So... I think, like, getting rid of the needle is a trap. But I'd hate how I played this turn. I don't think I hate the Black Lotus part of how I played this turn. I just think... We knew they had 1 leftover card after counterspells. I feel like a Sword of Plowshare is a pretty reasonable read. So... I could get Key here. But then I can't Demonic. I like Black Lotus because it lets me Lurrus and Demonic. I like that. I think that's fine. So I get Black Lotus, and then I tap for blue, and then I make black mana. And I think it's better to Demonic after Lurrusing, so we have more information. Probably true. My Lurrus resolves. I can't play Black Lotus because of Lavinia, so I can either play Soul Guide Lantern or Dauntless. Dauntless is definitely better. And then I chose to not play Dauntless first because of Spell Pierce. They could have another Spell Pierce. So I played okay, this Demonic was the thing that I didn't like, right? I also played I think I had to play Tropical out for Spell Pierce, right? So, like, not getting a Saga here is fine. So the things I can get here are Swords, Time Vault, Ancestral, Swords, Time Vault, Ancestral, Case, I guess, of the Falcon. Dusk Rose Reliquary is not great. Haywire Might is okay, but again, like, I don't think freeing Caracas is the plan. I think the answer here is just Ancestral. I don't think getting Volt Key is correct. Like, we can use the Fiddlebender to get all of the halves of Volt Key. I think Ancestral is the play here. I don't like swords because I don't like... we'll have... we want to play the Dauntless out of our yard for white mana. And then we want to play the Fiddlebender for white mana and the swords for white mana. I just don't think it's swords. I think that's the only thing I'm really upset about is I just don't think it's swords. I mean, swords ends up being okay, but I just think I would rather pick like Ancestral here and like try to draw a bunch of cards. But I guess like a lot of my cards are bad, right? Like Moxes are all bad. And any land past the first is bad. Any like Lorien or Force of Will is bad. Like I have a lot of bad cards. So maybe the answer like isn't Ancestral. Maybe the answer is something else. Like I don't think like the idea of getting swords is like 100% horrible. It just is really taxing on our white mana. So here we play a Dauntless Dismantler out of our yard, which is good. But I'm surprised my opponent didn't swords my Lurrus with this on the stack, because then I couldn't play the Dauntless Dismantler. It does mean that I would actually just like play a Fiddlebender here, and I guess they would probably just lose on the spot, right? I would play a Fiddlebender, and then I would also tutor for Time Vault. Or maybe I would tutor for Key, one of the two. Though I guess tutoring for Vault or Key does mean I can get negated, though. So maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I would still tutor for something else. Either way, this is fine. I should have attacked that other turn as well. I missed an attack here for 3 damage. I should definitely have attacked here for 3 damage. That would have actually helped me a lot in this game, right? Because then this attack is still the same, I guess, because they can... No, this attack is lethal, right? Because if they're at 9... Oh, no, that will not be lethal. Okay. All right. So then, yeah, then they draw the Lorien Revealed, which is like the scariest thing they can possibly do. They swords my Lurrus, leaving them with 1 card, and then the scariest thing they can do is draw a Lorien Revealed off the top, or like a Delve spell. They draw Lorien Revealed, and then they cast it. They replay a Saga, and then they swords my Dismantler so that they can make Saga tokens. Yeah, I don't know about that. I guess maybe they swords my Dismantler so they can play a Black Lotus is actually why they do that. I guess that makes sense. Okay, never mind. That's fine, I guess, if you have something to do with the mana. Because they're just going to chump with Lurrus this turn. But I swords it and they have nothing. Should I even swords it? I mean, no, I shouldn't swords it, right? Well, I drew the other white sword so I can play Fiddlebender anyways. Okay, that's fine then. Yeah, we'll just swords it, attack, and play another creature. Like the only card that this playing the Fiddlebender is bad against is balance. If my opponent balances, I think I'm losing the game if my opponent balances, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay. So maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. I just like didn't really like the swords tutor, but weird. Wild match. That's 50-minute recording. That could be a whole video on its own. All right, we're back for round 2 with a cat. Man, round 1 was a hell of a round, huh? I just felt like really, really good Magic. I think when the games aren't ruined by Wasteland, these Lurrus Saga mirrors are just really, really interesting. All right, what do I have? This lets me get a blue land. I have all my toolbox cards, like, which is the there are downsides to playing the toolbox deck, and that's when you draw all your weird toolbox pieces. On the draw against not Lurrus, and no obviously we don't have a Wasteland in our deck, but no Wasteland, no Force of Will, which those are the kind of cards you're like typically looking for when you want to like answer a variety of matchups. My opponent usually is a blue player. I'm just like not convinced this is what I want to keep. I'm gonna mulligan it, like try to find something with like power. Is that better? At least it has a strip mine if they play Bazaar on me. I'm not really convinced this is better. I'm gonna mulligan this too, I think. All right. Force Saga. Gaming. Get rid of my white cards. I'm not happy about this sequence of events, but what's I gotta do, right? All right. I mean, this is something. I think my opponent's probably on Tinker. Brainstorm. Which means it's a good thing that I mulled to a force, but mulliganing twice is just too many times. It's really hard to have the requisite power level hand when you mulligan twice. I'm not thrilled with the likelihoods here. My opponent's on like a Tinker, like a Hull Breacher deck too. It's like hard for us to merchant for Ancestral. Lavinia. Hard not to use force on this. There's a world where we could simply dress down in response to... It's so hard not to force this. I'm gonna force it. I think I just have to force it. Just like gets so much worse for me if I like... There's like so many things that can happen that are just really, really bad for me. Like drawing any Moxen is so bad. Whereas drawing a Moxen now is like pretty good with Saga. It's not ideal. Like theoretically we could maybe play through Lavinia with the dress down, but... Alright, I guess we're just gonna drop the guard. Hope our opponent doesn't hurt us. And go get one of them Ancestral Recalls. We do have the ability to play through a Hull Breacher, but it's not good. Things are not good. White. Okay. Fragmentize. March of the Otherworldly Light. You got me. And a Saga? Uh-oh. Man. I'm telling people, like, playing March of the Otherworldly Light and Fragmentize, that's a way to win a Saga Mirror. So they can have Hull Breacher or they can have Hull Breacher or they can have Bowmaster. I can't play around it. I have to jam and hope it works out. I don't have a choice. Oh, we're so dead. We're just so incredibly dead. I guess we have an answer to Saga tokens, but we have no mana. Oh god, we don't have anything. They have their one strip mine too. This must be the Esper Tinker deck that won Europe, right? Must be similar. I do think that this deck... maybe not. Wasteland strikes again. It was going to be hard to win this game on a mulligan. What was our starting hand? Our starting hand might have been a better spot than this one. I feel like if I didn't get strip mined, I'd at least have a chance in this game, right? Because I could like balance and dress down. I guess theoretically, if I draw Black Lotus and it resolves, and then I cast and resolve balance, am I not winning? Kill 3 lands, 2 creatures? Probably not. I don't really know realistically. I mean, like, we could have changed our mulliganing, right? But I'm not really upset with the mulligan choices we made. So I think this is just like a low mana hand. So it's a 2-land hand that got hit by March on my Saga and strip mine on my Tundra, and then we just lost from there. So like that's not the end of the world. I go to 10. All right, well, if my opponent has nothing in hand and I draw Black Lotus, balance, I do think this is like still a playable game, but that's kind of asking for a lot, right? We have Hardcast Force up too. All right, we've invested. Wasteland got us good. Not that we would have been able to play even if we didn't get Wastelanded, I guess. It was the double Wasteland because enchantment removal turns into Wasteland is quite good. If my opponent is on Tinker cards, I do think I actually want negations in this matchup. What don't I want in this matchup? I think Soul Guide gets a lot worse when they're not on Lurrus. I think this is fine. I guess if they're on Hull Breachers, I mean, we don't actually have that many draw spells, right? We have very few draw spells in our deck. Do we actually want swords? Maybe we just like don't want this vampiric and we can play a swords that's a demonic 4 if we need to. I do think this is a balanced matchup though. It's probably not a balanced matchup. It's probably just a swords matchup. All right, let's try this. I don't know. I don't. This matchup doesn't look that bad. I just think my opponent had much better cards in that hand. Maybe mulliganing was a problem there. I have to go back and look and see if like 7 was. I'd rather like mulligan and lose than like make bad mulligan choices because I'm afraid to lose. So. Yep. That's a keeper. Anti-Tinker, turn 1 Fiddlebender. Have the ability to get blue mana. I think playing a turn 1 Fiddlebender is better than playing Lorien Revealed and like making sure we hit our land drop for our Saga. So. Alright. I got a Fiddlebender. Technically can't win with this like super fast because I don't have a 1-drop to turn into a Time Vault, but. They do have Wasteland. Probably like 2 Wastelands or something. Alright. Jet. Good news, we can still get our land here. Nice. So I'm just gonna island cycle for basic. I'm gonna get Tundra. Like if they want to wasteland me again, like that's a thing that I'm currently winning. I'm gonna attack because I'm gonna ancestral on their upkeep. The reason I'm gonna ancestral on their upkeep is so I don't get negated and so I can protect with the negation. This is a vamp. Oh, it's an island cycle, sure. All right, ancestral target me. All right, now I got a lot of counter magic and a saga. I feel like we're in a great spot. Oh, the 1 Caracas to bounce my Fiddlebender. Got me. All right. That's annoying. I guess that's a downside. If everybody's playing Caracas, it does make it hard to play Fiddlebender over Engineer. I'm going to replay it, tax their mana a little bit. They like don't have a better play here. Like I can put the Lurrus in my hand, but like what's the Lurrus doing against the Caracas anyways? So what's the point? What's the point? I think I'd rather just use that. It's fine. Wasteland, hit my Saga. Yeah, all right. It's 2 Wastelands. Let's go get the C, probably. Can I cast this dig? Ooh, drawing the Reliquary. Not ideal. All right, we'll go to their turn and we're going to cast Dig Through Time. I will not force this back. Right? Nah, I'll force this back. Show me the goodies. I just have nothing going on. Like, they have a Caracas. It's just, like, negating my entire hand if I don't try to get something here. Time Volt plus Force. It's kind of a weird thing to do. I guess it could just be Force Lorien. Yeah, it's probably just Force Lorien. Kind of a silly use of a dig through time, but I think it's okay. Lavinia. It's fine. I have a million answers to Lavinia currently. Two Fiddlebenders is so bad for me. It's like crazy bad for me. Draw Fiddlebender. I mean, I guess I have a Needle in my deck. I can Needle Caracas, but I have a Strip Mine in my deck as well. Things are bad. I have a Brainstorm. I do have a Brainstorm. I mean, I have more cards than my opponent, so that's good. But Dismantler. Dismantler looks pretty good. Can't even die right away to Vault Key, so they want to Swords it, it's also fine. It's also a nice Saga answer if they draw Saga, though I guess Saga will get them Vault Key as well. Yup. I know, you have a Caracas. Oh, they drew the Saga. Not great. Can I sack my... Oh, I can play a Fiddlebender and sack it to the Reliquary at least. They have how many cards left? Alright, I'm gonna cast Lorien. Hopefully it resolves. What else am I doing here, though? Okay. So I name... I'm gonna name Caracas. So I can get Fiddlebender going. And then I can't die to Manifold Key this turn. And I'm not dying to Constructs yet. I can always sack this Mana Crypt to a Reliquary as well, which is kind of cool. Academy. And at some point, I can get a Lurrus going. I don't think I'm going to die to Constructs, so... You have Time Walk? Oh no, you have Lorien revealed. Pretty good. Alright, things are getting dicey. Time Walk of my own. So can I win the game? I don't think so. So I think the first thing I do is I see if Time Walk resolves. It does. Alright, then I definitely want a Fiddlebender. And then I feel like I want... Yeah, so I can buy and play Lurrus. Okay. I already know how... See, I can only activate Fiddlebender once. Let's just probe, I guess. C strip mine. Okay. Do I have any green mana? I don't have any green mana. I'm not actually worried about losing to Vault Key, though, because it comes into play tapped. I can still destroy things. This can only be activated as a sorcery. All right. Well, I'd like to something that like I can rebuy with Lurrus. I guess anything I can rebuy with Lurrus. So Sensei's top. Manifold Key. I mean, Manifold Key sets me up to win next turn. But I could also like win this turn, maybe. I don't know. Let's just get a Manifold Key and then replay this Mana Crypt. I'll just get rid of this Time Vault, and then if they needle like my Vault Key or something, then I can just... I guess that they can go and needle my Oswald, but then I can just kill it with this, and I can rebuy with Lurrus. Don't think it all matters. Yeah, I'm not sure any of this matters, right? I guess... Strip Mine hitting Academy... I'm not really sure what I was supposed to do there, to be honest. There was a lot of like reasonable choices. This sets me up to turn either the Reliquary or the Needle into a Time Vault this turn. Next turn. I kind of suspect my opponent will just Needle the Oswald, though, which means I now have no action, which is maybe a good reason not to do this line, because then I have to... I guess I have no action. I do this on one... I lose my needle, my key, their needle. Oh, they just got the vault key. Okay. That I don't understand. What does that do? Tundra. Not even strip mining. Infinite mana. So they have one unknown card. Could it be like Force plus Dig? Now I have Hardcast Force, so... I guess if their last card was Flusterstorm, I should be pitch casting here. But if their last card is Force, that's better for me to Flusterstorm. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I wanted like a thing that I could rebuy with Lurrus. I did, but I cut the Soul Guide Lantern. That's my draw thing. I chose not to play like a Bauble because I thought a Soul Guide Lantern would make more sense. But I cut the Soul Guide Lantern, so I didn't have a Soul Guide Lantern. The only thing I could have done is top. I can't like draw with top and activate Fiddlebender for like super value because it's activate only as a sorcery. Weird, very odd. Cool. These games have been really interesting. Feel like I haven't known to do. All right. I have a cat. I have an ancestral. I'm gonna keep it and hope I don't get turn one Hull Breachered, I guess. Turn one Tinkered, I guess. There's a lot of problems with this hand, but definitely in the range of keeps. So see what happens. We haven't seen a Hull Breacher yet, but I think they're there, if I had to guess. Tweety would definitely register Hull Breacher in his Esper Tinker deck, I think. That's just a head evaluation, but mulligan to 5, not a good sign, but not a bad sign either. The reason I say not a good sign is because like when you have these mulligans, you have a lot of ability to like London mulligan into Mana Crypt, Island Tinker, which is a way our hand loses. I guess we have swords covering Hull Breacher, which is kind of nice. If we choose to do that overplay Saga, guess it will depend on Will depend on what they do. All right, 5 cards. You know my hand. F6. Let's see what happens. Island top. Okay. Oh, and Lotus. All right, I think we need to play around Hull Breacher probably. Do I play around Fluster? Probably. I think I play everything out and then go to their turn in Ancestral. Gives them a spin, I guess, but... Gives them a spin, but I'm still answering Hull Breacher and Spell Pierce and Fluster at the moment. The second sword is not ideal. It's both of my swords, right? I kind of only ever want one swords. We'll see if that's actually true. This needs to draw me Fluster or Negation or like Force Blue card though, right? Because I've drawn all white cards. Hey, Force Blue card. I did have 7 forces in my deck and mostly blue cards, right? That one I think we let go. Probably the only thing I counter is a Tinker or an Ancestral. I did like lose some tempo here by not playing the Saga out, but I think playing around Hull Breacher is better than throwing a Saga out. Like if I cast Ancestral and get Hull Breacher, I lose the game, right? So I don't want that to happen. Next turn, we could even go fetch land, Savine's Time Walk if we draw like a blue card. I don't know if like we want to do that. Because if this was a fetch land instead of a thing, then I could do Saga Savine's Time Walk, which would be really sweet. So what they do, they chose to shuffle off their Ponder, and then they did a bunch of spinning. Okay. That's a good sign. We might just go Saga Time Walk. Especially if we draw a blue card. Really need to draw a blue card, though. 2 sword is not ideal. Oh, Wasteland. But they're going to hold the Wasteland. Okay. Well, they know about my Saga, so that makes sense. All right, I mean, I'm going to make him use it, right? Oh, I should play my land out. No, I played my land out. Yeah, this is fine. I like this. Obviously, this is like pretty forcing, but I don't think that's a problem. Oh, wait a second. What if I just go Savine's here? Yes. I was thinking about getting Lurrus, but Lurrus doesn't do anything, whereas Savine's is a Saga. Holy moly. That was sick, wasn't it? So I'm not gonna buy Lurrus because I want to hold open negation. Blue, yeah. I want a Lurrus, but I want to hold open negation more. I should be able to win with negation. Oh, never mind. Double Wasteland. No Sagas here, but I do have like a 5/5 coming. Oh, wait, what? We just don't care. I appreciate that. These swords were not good, but my opponent didn't really get off the ground. They kind of just mulliganed to oblivion, right? Another Saga. I'm just gonna needle Manifold Key. It's like the only way we lose. Oh, I just get a Haywire Might. That's probably even better. Can I play Lurrus too? I can buy Lurrus. I don't need to buy Lurrus. Just hold up negation, Haywire Might. Lurrus is just not necessary in this game. I have enough power. Nice. Pretty sweet. Savine's Reclamation was nice there. You blow up my Saga, I'll get it back. It's like, I really think that there should be a Loam deck. I guess maybe the Lurrus Deathray Shaman deck is the Loam deck of the format, but like I feel like Wasteland is the I think the format is like consolidated around the idea of Wastelands and Sagas, with like Wasteland being the more, it's not to say more important, because like without Saga then the Wasteland is like less important, but how do I say it? I don't know how to say it. I just think that like the Wasteland part is the more important part, like attacking. Like I'm not playing Wasteland because I'm not really. That's not really the goal of my deck. It's more of a combo oriented deck. But like I think there should be a Lurrus deck that really goes heavy on like returning Wastelands and returning Sagas. Don't know what that looks like, but Loam just seems really good in my head right now. Is what I'm trying to get across. All right, let's go. Round 3 versus Andreas. I have a cat. Oh, they have a cat as well. Cat battle. Let's go. This is a compelling looking cat battle. Keep. I need to just transfer one of these Lorians into an island. This does dissuade Saga starts, but also opens me up to getting Wastelanded. I'm gonna get a basic island. I think it's like better than playing Key or whatever and then playing Academy. I just don't really like that line very much. Play around days versus not play around days. I have once again drawn my Dusk Rose Reliquary. Not ideal. Not ideal. I think we just hold it up because we have Lorien revealed anyways. Totally fine for my opponent to fetch now because I can't really cast Ancestral here. I'll overdraw. Won't be very good for me. I guess theoretically I could have played a key so I could have cast Ancestral. Island cycling, sure. I think I'm just waiting on this Ancestral. I don't think there's any reason for me to jam it into like possible Spell Pierce or Flusterstorm when I can just sit back, wait. It does put me in like kind of an awkward spot where like if a Saga comes down, am I wastelanding it? This Dusk Rose Reliquary draw was really rough though. Not a blue card, not a land, not a Moxen. No targets, can't cast. Not that a portable hole would have been a better draw here anyways, so. I feel like there's going to be a lot of thinking in this matchup again. Not even like really convinced I played this beginning section that correct either. Lots of choices. I think I want to cast this Ancestral in like an open opportunity where I also have the ability to negate. Of course, my opponent knows my entire hand besides the Dusk Rose Reliquary, so it's quite challenging. Yeah, basically never want to draw the key or the Reliquary, so not the greatest draws. But the key might help us get this Academy online, so. I'll have to consider like what do I like really want to do here because I can't actually play my Tolarian Academy for mana because I didn't play the key. I think I was probably supposed to play the key. I don't know. It's tough. I don't have perfect information, but my opponent has almost perfect information. Maybe I should be playing around Bowmaster more. I guess that's something I can be considering as well. I guess I also have to consider, like, I don't know if my opponent is thinking or if my opponent is playing multiple matches of Magic. So I think what has to happen here is, oh, yeah, all right, that's fine. I'll jam my Ancestral. Don't think I have a better spot than this, so now I don't overdraw. All right. So we move to your turn again. Do you have a second Saga? This kind of line makes me think my opponent has a second Saga. Should be pretty good here. I don't really have anything going on, so. I don't have any Moxins, so I don't really have any like fast production of mana. If I draw like a Moxin for turn, I can go Mox Key. Could buy Lurrus, but it's not even that good to buy Lurrus. Brainstorm. It's pretty good here. I'd love to have been able to fluster this Brainstorm. It's like not very many better targets than that. Though we don't know exactly what targets my opponent's on because this is not the same deck as we played against round one. This is blue. This has at least some amount of black. So it could be Esper. It could be just straight blue-black. Lots of options. Will be hard to tell too. I don't think he has a recently played list. And even if he did, he's actually someone who tunes for every weekend. Yeah, nothing. Okay. So Brainstorm, Shuffle with Lorien, 5 cards in hand. Okay, so it's probably just straight blue-black. I don't even know. Oh, man, that's another great Flusterstorm target. All right, well, I'm definitely behind in this game. I resolved an Ancestral, but I had to use a negation to do it, and my opponent has a thing. So it's probably Vault Key. I don't know if they have a Twister or not. This is my only way to protect against Vault Key, so I think we do it. I guess this like lets me get Bowmastered, but can't crack this because of Wasteland. But it does let my opponent like play a two Bowmasters or something and respond to my crack. I don't know. We're just super far behind because my opponent has double Moxin and we do not now. And they've also drawn mad cards. We're like 6 cards behind right now. Not exactly because there were a bunch of fetches, but Bowmaster. Yeah, I mean, this is something that can happen. They have second Bowmaster? No. All right, well, I will exile this key forever, so that will get rid of that problem. We don't really have that much draw in our deck, and we've already used Ancestral, so I'm not super worried about the Bowmaster. Oh, I also fizzle the thing. That's pretty good. Strip Mine. Hit the island or the tropical? Kind of an interesting question. Or they could just buy Lurrus. We're going to hit the island. All right, 3 cards in hand. We're certainly undergoing some amount of problems here. I think I would rather use my Lorien now than... All right. Still have an answer to a Lurrus, though it's a very costly answer at the moment. Another Bowmaster. Okay, so they could have gone for the double Bowmaster play. Kind of interested in why they didn't. I mean, if they have a Twister, I guess we just die. If they have the land Twister, I guess. Because we do have Flusterstorm though. I don't know if Echo would play Twister or not. All right. Intuition. Interesting. They have 5 mana. I'm kind of interested in Intuition. I don't know what we're getting off this Intuition, but Black Lotus, Savine's Time Vault probably. Lurrus in hand pass. Intuition, target you. I think this is just winning, especially if my opponent's like last card is negation here. Shouldn't have bought that Lurrus. So I think if it's just Black Lotus, Savine's, and Time Vault, can I get away? I can get away without Black Lotus. Do I even want to, though? I can, like, end up doing Lurrus things, too. If they have, like, a second negation blue card, it's pretty bad, I guess. I think the Black Lotus might be wrong. We might be able to get extra value by not picking Black Lotus. Because I have so much mana. Aha! Intuition with Fluster. Nice. That's a huge win. I feel like we stole that game with our more powerful play. Wow. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. That's a big win. Sorry, just thinking for a second. Okay, so blue-black Lurrus. Negation does get better in this matchup because you can hit Vault Key, but I think in general, I'm not even a big fan of it. I do think I just play a bunch of swords. Swords is like probably better than Dusk Rose Reliquary. This does hit Lurrus, but I don't think it's like necessary. So I guess balance doesn't look that good here either. It just kind of depends on which blue-black version they're playing. Like, if they are playing Twister, like, negation gets better, but let's try it like this. I actually would like to actually talk to someone who plays a lot of Lurrus Saga and how they feel about negation. I just don't think the card is like what you're trying to be doing. But like sometimes when you're like hard casting negation, it does feel pretty good. Just as like exile and counter spell. How many players is this event? 64 players? The perfect number? You love to see it. 65 and it would have been less. It would have been more rounds. Now 64 players is just 6 rounds. Just go 5-0. All right, 5-1, top 8. I don't mind this hand. Opponent has mulligan to 5. I'm not really super big on any of the forces in this matchup, but that might just be underselling it. All right, opponent has kept Mindbreak Trap, Force of Will, Lorien, Cruise. Let's see. All right. I guess I'm glad I didn't run my Time Vault into a Mindbreak Trap. I wonder if I throw the... I guess this could have gotten forced. Would I have cared? If I throw this Soul Guide Lantern into the Mindbreak Trap, is that worth? If not, then I can just cycle it, right? Kind of think I like that. This just like takes all the cards out of my opponent's hand and puts the clock on them and we're like winning on the spot, right? Gataxian Probe was a broken magic card. It just lets me play the game completely perfectly. Perfect information. Like my opponent has to like what? Force pitch revealed and then like top deck Lotus for Cruise maybe? I don't know. I guess they could just like not force it and hope to draw a Wasteland. This is 3 cards in yard. All right, cool. I mean, they're on Wasteland. GG's. GG's. Gataxian Probe's broken. All right, we continue 3-0 in our 6-round challenge. 2 more wins are necessary to top 8. Probably about to play a Lurrus Mirror if I had to guess, knowing my opponent. Yep, another Lurrus matchup. Probably blue-black if I had to guess. Just think based on what they've been playing, but oh wait, maybe actually Underworld Breach maybe. Could be actually might be the Tobias Breach version. Do I want to keep this hand? I think so. It's not the strongest of all hands, but I like it. I think what we'll do is we'll go Time Walk into Merchant, Ancestral their upkeep. Oh, what the frick? Blue top. Okay. All right. And then Time Vault. Okay. Tropical Island, Merchant Scroll, Ancestral Recall. It's the turn, and then Ancestral. Tropical Island's like major downside in this deck is it doesn't cast Lurrus, but we have Pearl, so they have the mental misstep, huh? Brutal. Well, it's a big problem. They have mental misstep, Sapphire, their own Ancestral. No, Sensei's top. Okay, so I think our opponent is probably actually playing the Breach PO deck, which is kind of an interesting hybrid deck. Nothing to strip mine either. Okay. I'm gonna needle a Sensei's top here. And then probably put Lurrus in my hand. I don't think playing out Vault is that good. I'm gonna keep the strip mine in play so I can possibly cast Lorien Revealed. Looks like they hesitated there, which makes me think they might have a Flusterstorm. I think this deck plays a bunch of Flusterstorms, like 3. Oh, they're going to draw with their top. Okay, they're going to draw and then put the top 3 below. Sure. That's fine. I'm still gonna name top here. It's not much other names anyways, so. I mean, I could name Saga, but I think I'd rather just answer Saga with my Strip Mine. Because they're not gonna be a Wasteland deck. They're just gonna be a Saga combo deck. They're kind of like us, actually. So it's just a similar approach to the format, where you are playing Saga, but more of as a additional like element to helping your like Mox Opal PO stuff. I like the deck that my opponent is playing. I think I played at least one league with it on the YouTube channel, and then I played a league with my own version of the deck that's like less. It's not breach focused. It's more blue black focused. So you can build it a bunch of different ways. I think the breach makes sense, but I just don't think red is a very strong color right now. So it's like pretty hard. The big thing that red gets you is a braid. A braid kills like Null Rod, Collector Roof, Archon, which is pretty sweet. But you don't even like need that too much. You have 4 dress down in your deck, right? So oh, they have their own Time Vault. Okay. All right. Haywire Might has just been unbelievable, huh? All right, I am going to exile this. It's going to turn off their Mox Opal as well. And then I do think I'm going to attack their mana. And then we're going to build out for a Lurrus. And then we can just loop Haywire Might with Lurrus and hopefully just stop them from playing the game. See what happens. They had Manifold Key, but we've exiled their combo forever here. So nice. Nice. All right, they cycled away their Sensei's top. If we can hit a land drop and resolve Lurrus, we can hit their Sapphire this time, and I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. Though if they have like a force, then things are problematic still. Haywire Might has just completely overperformed every time I've ever played it. This card is just nuts. Even a Wasteland's pretty reasonable. Repeal their Sapphire. Are they trying to protect their Sapphire? No, they're just trying to cycle. All right. Land, maybe? Monic Tutor. Wow. So we have Vault Key. What do I want to do? I think I want to play this Lurrus. I guess we can die to PO here. So maybe there was like some upside in avoiding that fate. Like they go land PO is a way we can lose. I can't Haywire Might twice in one turn though, because I don't have double green. So maybe this play is not even that good. But I guess if they like don't kill me right away, I Haywire Might, rebuy Haywire Might, and then Demonic. What could I buy Demonic for if I had like been more astute? Was there something I could have Demonic for that would be better? Ooh, man, that is a solid draw. I think Demonic for Wasteland. I feel like the way I win this game is stopping my opponent from casting spells. Blue, white, dress down, end step. Wow. Turn off Lurrus. Crazy. Don't have a counter spell, so if they have a PO, it's pretty bad. Can't really play Demonic for Strip Mine. Like, I want a Demonic for Strip Mine. If they have a PO, they're already just winning. This is tough. Negation. I guess there's like some upside to that because we do have. I'm just so worried about getting PO'd out of this game. It's I wanted to restrict them from being able to cast spells, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. All right, so still on my end step here, I can still hit this Sapphire. So that will restrict 3 mana, because it's going to turn off the Opal, turn off the Sapphire, and get rid of the Sapphire for Academy. So that will help a little bit. They kind of have this turn to win, and they can't do Vault Key because I have the Time Vault exiled because this thing is an exile for some reason. Wow, this is still a really close game, though. Haywire Might is just beautiful card. Beautiful, beautiful card. So if they hit, like, Mana Crypt PO, that's their out here. If not, we're going to have Vault Key eventually, and we're still looping Haywire Mites. It's 3 mana currently. I wonder if I could have played this game tighter. I mean, there's always ways to play the game tighter, but it feels like this game has been like on a knife's edge. One bad PO could just really my day up. Okay. Exciting game, though. This Haywire might, like, if you take out Vault Key from some of these decks, it's really hard for them to win. Like, this deck can win because it has Breach combo. Wow, Time Walk. That's so good here. Untap PO, maybe? They did Brainstorm and lock themselves, so they like need to have a good card on top, but this is 2 mana. Can't cast Lorien. I don't think this deck... Yeah, this deck does play 4 Lorien. Wow. But they did Brainstorm already, so... I mean, the way they win is Breach combo or PO into Breach combo. Maybe I wonder if like we're supposed to keep this. Like we could keep this in play to hit Breach at any point, but I think that's worse because it's just they're more likely to have PO than Breach, right? And Breach isn't even lethal yet. It could be lethal, but like it's not deterministic. Weird. Weird. They know their top cards because they brainstorm them back. They have 1 in hand and 2 that they know on top. And they time walked. They have 1 Opal in their deck. They have the mana to PO for 2, but they can't really replay anything. Man, I don't know. Like, I know other people have different feelings, but I think these matches today have been unbelievably interesting. Just really interesting matches. Oh, they have Vamp. Wow. Time Walk Vamp. So what's their best thing? Oh, they win the game here, right? They just Vamp for Breach. They Breach with blue and a black. They Vamp. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's not lethal. Wow. Okay. So if they don't go for Breach, they go for PO for 2. That's pretty bad. Better to just get Ancestral. I just feel like my opponent has been destroying me here. This Tolarian Academy was super strong. I wonder if we could have like done something more restrictive than what we did. But what did we do? We got our demonic countered, right? I'm not sure we could have really done anything differently. If we had maybe drawn our land the turn we had the might, we could have maybe might something else and slowed them down more. I don't know. So I don't think we're deterministically dead here, but we're in a bad spot for sure. Like, I think my opponent just gets Ancestral off of this and tries to Ancestral into Breach combo here. That feels like the play to me. It's better than PO because they don't have good artifacts. And it's better than Breach itself because they don't have a deterministic Breach kill, right? Like, they could, oh, they do... They could, like, Breach and then Vamp a Lotus to the top and then Brainstorm into the Lotus, but you use almost all your mana. You'd have to hit like exactly Brain Freeze. I'm pretty sure you just get Ancestral Recall. Yeah. Ancestral using your black mana makes sense. Moxen turn on Opal here. C, 2 cards left. Lotus, 1 card left. So they can buy and play Lurrus. The only thing they can replay is Lotus, though. But it does slow this game down, possibly. All right, well, now I'm definitely at the point where if they pass the turn, I'm going to put the Might into play and leave it in play for a Breach. So they have one other card here. So I assume what's going to happen is they're passing the turn. They're going to buy a Lurrus with this Academy, play the Lurrus with the Lotus, and replay the Lotus. I guess they could play the Dress down end step. Wow, no, wait, isn't that insane? They play the Dress down end step, turns off my Lurrus. I can't rebuy Haywire Might, and all I have is the top of my library, and they draw a card? What the f... Oh, this is slipping away. This is slipping away. That's crazy good. Dress down is so good. There's 4 dress downs in my opponent's deck, too. It's like impossible for us to ever win with construct tokens. I like this deck. Like, this deck is really cool. I don't know about the Breach. Like, I don't know if the Breach is the right way to build it. Like, I think you could just play blue-black PO stuff, like how I built it, but because like you don't really want to play Volcanic Island, right? Like, for what? For a Braid? We can do other things. You could even splash white, play Esper. It's a nice deck. Dress down super strong. Here it comes. So here comes Lurrus. I assume like they could also have like, I don't know, drawn Lorien Revealed or something, and they want to cast Lorien Revealed. They have a PO for 3, Lorien for 3. Assuming it's none of those things, I think it's buy Lurrus, play Lurrus using, I don't know, Opal, C, Volcanic, and then end step crack and play Dress down. Turn off my Lurrus so that they can't Haywire Might. They drew Merchant Scroll, so now they are going for PO. I think that's worse. Well, I guess they get to tap the Opal and it's all their remaining mana here. That's worse. That's worse. I think that's worse. Well, I guess any Black Lotus... I guess no, it's not worse because any Breach wins. Oh, wait, they're just getting Lurrus. Oh, no, okay, yeah. So now what? Lotus, Opal, pass? I think this is worse. I mean, it's not worse if they win the game. If they legitimately, if they draw Breach, they win the game, right? Replay Lotus. Yeah. The game is over if they draw Breach. So I understand why my opponent did what they did. It's because they wanted to win the game. But I think that it's pretty hard. Oh, they have a dress down anyways. I guess that's true. It's pretty hard for my opponent to lose the game if they just like do the dress down play, right? And then I don't know. Could I have like skipped my turn? No, not really. I want my saga to tick. Curse of the Falcon. Does that do anything here? It investigates, I guess. I don't need construct tokens, so... But I can't attack and win because they're at 12. And I'm going to vault key them if I can get a turn. But the problem is... I'm not convinced I'm getting a turn. We know that they have a Volcanic in their hand. And a Lurrus is not in their hand yet. And there's a key in their hand. I can't get back my Haywire Might unless I draw... Repeal? Dismantler would be a pretty good draw. All right, I think what I'll do is I'll play the Case of the Falcon, and then I will use my Saga and draw a card. Why is this unsolved? I control 3 or more artifacts. Is this bugged? What am I missing here? Does this not automatically get solved right away? Maybe I have to wait till my end step. I'm not really sure how that works. I drew repeal. Does that do anything? I can draw a Soul Guide Lantern. Bounce my Pearl. Didn't get there. All right. Up to my opponent to kill me. Does this solve now? Okay, it does solve. I guess it just solves at end step. I didn't know that. All right, my opponent has to kill me, though. Like, I do have Vault Key coming. Wobble is great for me, because it doesn't win the game on the spot. It does turn on Opal if they have PO, though. We know that one card is a Volcanic. Demonic. Demonic Breach kills me. Wow. Man, that's such a rough match to lose. Crazy. Could not get my Haywire Might back into play through Dress Down. So I lose. What if I had like repealed my Needle? Doesn't do anything because I can't Needle Lotus anyways. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I made reasonable plays, but my opponent was just so much more powerful than I was. Like their deck has got these POs in it that it's got Demonic for Breach. I mean, my deck had all those things too. My Demonic got countered, right? Interesting. I just want to see Brain Freeze. And then we'll concede. One turn from winning. Maybe the Strip Mine was bad. I Strip Mine to try to keep my opponent off mana, and they played Academy. Alright, I like access to Null Rod. Not even sure I like access to Null Rod. I do like access to Negation and Trap, though. Demon Priest doesn't do anything. None of these cards really do anything. I could keep in Duskrose Reliquary as an answer to Lurrus, but I don't even know if I need to do that. I have a lot of other answers to Lurrus. Like I just expect them not to play any spells. I guess they're gonna bring in a Braids like crazy, right? So I don't know if Null Rod really does anything for me here. Maybe we just take out. I kind of think Needle is like kind of garbage, but it's kind of nice to have. Hmm. Maybe it's just Vamp. Opponent commented in chat they don't know what my deck is doing, which is fair. We did have a Tropical Island and a case of the Fitched Falcon. Filched? I still don't know what is a filched? I don't even know what a filched is. All right, I have a cat. I'm pretty sad about losing that game. I thought that game was extremely winnable, but maybe I just like ran out of gas at the finish line there. This looks like a keep to me. This looks like a time walk into might plus buy Lurrus. Hold up force, but I kind of want to use what force for Lorien revealed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I just cast it? No, because I need to play it this turn, right? Ooh, wait, Jet makes me cast it. Okay, so at this point I go Jet. Might. Academy. I mean, I don't have backup, but I think it's fine. Okay. All right. I mean, this is just a nut start, right? Then I'll have Lurrus loops after this with Might. Might is great. Big fan. Would Might again. I guess I don't have like super loops because I don't have a permanent green source, but Needle. No. Sweet. Nope. Hopefully I draw blue card, so I have force backup for my Lurrus here. Ooh, Sapphire. Holding back on me. Mana Crypt by Lurrus. Mana Vault PO? No way. They baited me. There's no way, right? I mean, I'm always going to make the play I made. Right? Oh, okay. Maybe they're waiting for my turn. I don't know. Play around Mindbreak Trap. Did not draw a blue card. Oh boy, I got scared there. How much mana does this make? 4. I have to hold up force. I guess I wait one turn. Does mean I'm taking an extra turn before I might. It's not good. It's not good. I want to hit the Sapphire really badly. Lurrus in hand, sure. Can't cast that card ever, but should do it for sure. Needle. Let's be playing Needle. Name Top again, I guess. It's the only card that we don't share. Oh, we do share that card. I mean, I don't even know what I'm supposed to name here. I guess I'll just name Manifold Key for now. I can always kill it with my Haywire Might later. They have Force. Pitching Lorien. Last card Lurrus. They can top deck PO. One turn to top deck PO. One turn to top deck PO. All right. I'm in. One turn to top deck PO. Do your worst, opponent. Woo! Safe. I had no cards in hand, so what did they draw? Lorian? Lorian makes my Haywire Might a lot worse. Ooh. Yeah. Still gonna kill the Sapphire, but repeal. Alright, well, first we attack. Do I repeal one of their things? One of my things? I could repeal my Lurrus. So if I play my Lotus Petal and I make a bunch of blue mana, and then I sack my Haywire Might and kill the Sapphire, and then I use my mana to repeal my Lurrus, replay my Lurrus, replay my Haywire Might. I guess the first thing I'm supposed to do is... I guess it's better to just not use my Tolarian Academy. Alright, well... That didn't actually help me, did it? All right, they can draw PO and win still. It does let me Haywire Might again on the next turn. They can bring back Needle on Haywire Might if they play a land. Fiddlebender. This game is still like not won, which is crazy. That felt really dicey. I don't have a great closeout. I am gonna bring in this Null Rod. I think it was wrong not to. I think this Needle is kind of bad. They have all the same cards as me. So it's just like if I'm losing a Saga Mirror, but I should be better in a Saga Mirror. Like I have so many answers, right? It's just like a last ditch effort to like stop them from doing something. I think I just don't need that. I think like having access to a Null Rod to like try to close out a game seems more useful. But maybe they have a ton of braids, but this hand's great again. This is so good. Sapphire Saga Walk is like among the best possible starting hands. I'd love to be able to negate that Sapphire, but I don't think I have it in me. Oh god, they have it too? Ooh, maybe. So much stuff. These matches are crazy good. Vintage isn't. Vintage is. This is so much better than playing against Bizarre, Doomsday, Dredge. That's bizarre, Justin. Mono white. Ah, this is great. 5 cards in hand. Strip mine. I feel like we're supposed to strip mine over going walk because they can just counter walk and that puts us in a bad spot. Oh, I can't even play this Fiddlebender yet. It's fine. I have a Lorien, but the Lorien probably has to be pitched to force, so I guess the walk could be pitched to force, but I have so much mana. I don't know. Pearl, 3 Moxen. I guess if they just play PO on my turn, I die, right? Negation for this top. I think so. I think that's correct. They have Hardcast Negation, Pyroblast, Flusterstorm. Okay. All right, 2 cards in hand plus top. I think we're in a really bad spot. I think my opponent's draw just looks a lot better than ours, and they have like way more powerful like payoffs than we do. We don't really have like the stuff to stop their plan, really. Not a great draw. I guess we can just go for the YOLO Vote Key. We can go Saga, Time Walk, Fiddlebender, go. No, we won't be able to do that. That won't work. Because we won't have a 1 to turn into a 2. We'd have to draw a 1. I mean, it's better than making constructs. These constructs are going to be completely useless against the 4 dress down deck, right? So there's no point in making constructs anyways. Opponent is looking for a counterspell from my Time Walk. I mean, if they find a PO, they just win with it. So like, why do we need to counter this Time Walk, right? Especially something like land, PO Flusterstorm, PO Pyroblast. I think my opponent's deck looks a lot better in this matchup than I gave it credit for. Just like having 4 dress downs makes you super favored, right? They have this like more powerful thing. It's because my deck doesn't feature a ton of counter magic. Like the blue-white Saga deck features like tons of counter magic, which will probably help a lot. Maybe I can find a Null Rod. Oh, they just had a Flusterstorm. They had double Flusterstorm. Jesus. Okay. Kind of needed this to work. If they found a PO, they found a PO. All right. I mean, it's turn 3 for them, and they have 5 mana, so 4 mana. Shit. So what we could have done, if this worked, was go Oswald, get a 1-drop off of Saga, and turn it into a Null Rod. I don't know if that's a good thing for me, but it's something I could have done. Like, turn it into a Null Rod, and then turn my Sapphire into a 1-drop, and then try to find another 1-drop, and then, like, get rid of the Null Rod. I don't know. We're dead here, right? Like, we just lose the PO? Ooh, that's pretty good, too. They can just draw an extra card every turn. I don't know how we win this game. This is just a Moxen diff, right? Not even a Moxen diff. It's a Flusterstorm diff, let's be real. Flusterstorm was really, really good here. I definitely wish I had more counter magic for this matchup, but it's not really a matchup that exists like a huge amount of the field. It's definitely more popular now, though. And it's been putting up pretty good results. Yeah. And a Black Lotus? So much mana. What's this? Demonic? Oh, Lurrus. They had Lurrus in hand already. When did they get Lurrus? Oh, and they're looping the 1 bauble in their deck? Oh, there's 3 baubles in their deck. What am I talking about? All right, we're just super dead. Unless we have Null Rod on the top of our library. Island. So sad. I can't imagine we can like win this game, but we'll just play our Fiddlebender and hope and pray. Theoretically, we can draw a 1-drop if we like get a turn, which I don't think we're gonna get a turn. Like my opponent has infinite cards. We would get a turn, get a 1-drop, play our 1-drop, get a key off of this, turn our 1-drop into a Vault Key and win. That's the thing that could happen. If we don't draw 1-drop, we can just get a 1-drop off of Saga and turn it into a Null Rod and hopefully buy us some time. But like I said, I mean, it's very unlikely we get a turn, right? And even if we were to get a turn, we'd probably like lose our Fiddlebender or something. They know we have an island in hand, so they know we don't have force. There's not like a lot of I can really do here. I think our opponent's hand was just a lot better suited. Seems like it was just a lot stronger than mine. I did go like 2 for 1 on a Flusterstorm negation, which was not great, but I don't know. What was I supposed to do? Guess I should have made my opponent play out the brain freeze in game 1. Yeah, this matchup looks very challenging. We have some good tools, but it's hard to like draw all the tools, right? Okay, double draw. That's kind of a good sign. There's like a lot worse things that could be happening. Not that good of a sign though. They still have a Black Lotus, so they could still PO here. Bobble, okay. More of a controlling element here. All right. So now the question becomes, are we able to resolve with this Oswald? Dress down again. Dress down is so good. This card's so broken. This is only as a sorcery. Man, dress down has been just tearing me up, huh? Dig through time. I mean, that feels like a chance. So I could go Soul Guide Lantern. Hit their bauble. I think what I do is I go Soul Guide Lantern, hit their bauble, which gives me redundancy against a graveyard kill. And then I can turn it in, if it lives for a turn, I can turn it into a Null Rod. And then I have 4 cards in yard, 1 floating mana, Academy for 2 mana. I can just cast Dig. I think that's the best play. They know my hand. Oh, I drew the Null Rod, but I don't have any mana. Wow. I played my land. I could try to draw another Moxen by repealing my Sapphire. I could keep the Flusterstorm so that I have an extra piece for PO. It's probably correct. So what if I just go Flusterstorm? Maybe I'm supposed to Soul Guide their yard and get rid of the Lotus and the Dress Down at end step, actually. So in that case, maybe I'm supposed to just take Flusterstorm Null Rod. Wow. Crazy game. Yeah, I think at the end step here, when the Dress Down goes into the yard, I'm going to hit their yard. So no Black Lotus, no Dress Down. They have a top. We have a Fluster to beat PO, and we have a Null Rod to beat their board. This feels like it's possible. They didn't have a counter then. Oh no. Why are they making mana PO? Top. Blue 4. So they have Fluster backup or no? They have to have Fluster backup, but if they have Fluster backup, it's winning. Huh. I needed to dodge one more turn to get my Null Rod in play. Depending on what my top card is, if I had probed into a Mox, I could have played a Null Rod. Wow. I mean, if they don't have a Fluster... God, I should have made my opponent play out game 1, huh? Silly me. They didn't leave open double blue or red, extra red. Nice. That's huge. That's huge. Needle on Fiddlebender, and then we Null Rod the board. That's huge. This looks winning now. We know they have a Sensei's top on top. That's going to be dead as long as this resolves. Intuition. Resolves. Do I buy Lurrus or do I cast Intuition? I have Caracas. Rod. I think they could have a Braid in their deck. I think I pass and cast Intuition on their end step. Really tap out for Sensei's top. They can't have a... I guess they could have Fluster. They would have Flustered if they had Fluster. So they can't really have... I guess they could have Spell Pierce. Intuition resolves. They're off it. Wow. Wow. Big win. Huge win. The Null Rod was totally correct. Wow. What do we get off of this, though? Ancestral... I don't even know. Like, Strip Mine's pretty good here, right? What if I just, like, make this Caracas? Oh, I already used Strip Mine. I guess I could make it Ancestral Caracas Dauntless Dismantler. I don't know if Dauntless Dismantler is actually good. I mean, I feel like opponent shouldn't concede from here, but it's definitely tough for them. I don't know if they didn't bring in a Braid then, or they just like thought they didn't have enough time to figure it out. I don't even know what this intuition is for. What is this intuition for? It's probably for Savines, Ancestral, and a permanent. Oh, it's got to be Saga, Savines, Saga? Yeah. Saga, Savines, Saga, right? Because then I can go... If they give me a Saga... If they give me... Yeah. Saga, Savines. I mean, the problem with that line is it's super bad against land dress down, right? Like, I can't really prevent that. But I also can't strip mine my opponent because my strip mine is already used. If I had 4 Wastelands in my deck, I would just do triple Wasteland, probably. Or maybe like Wasteland, Savines, actually. Yeah. Wasteland, Savines would be sick. Actually, if I had a strip mine in my deck, I could go strip mine, Savines, and Saga, and they're forced to give me all of... Oh, wow, that would be crazy good. If I had the strip mine in my deck still, I could go strip mine, Saga, Savines. That would be sweet. Even Caracas is good here. Caracas, Saga, Savines, maybe. I still have my Lurrus for what it's worth. Not that I have like a lot to do with Lurrus when I'm null rotted, but I could go like, I could get a case going. I don't know. There's a lot of choices here. Okay, on to round 5, winning in number 1 for Toppy. I have to say I'm pretty happy with how this whole stream has gone. Pretty nice display of, I think, a nice set of deck building, some pretty reasonable play, and overall pretty happy with it. It is worth noting how much easier it is to play play off stream. It is so much easier to play off stream. I just like lose like 20% usually is what is the number I give for like how much worse I play on stream. All right, no companion for our 4-0 opponent Shock. I kind of forget what they usually play. Are they the Doomsday player or are they the aggro player? Prison Shops, Soul Time, mid-range, mono white. It's quite the range. Well, and no Lurrus, so could just be Shops. This hand has the ability to basics, has forces and stuff. Looks like a keep to me. Also, if they're on like Bazaar, we have a strip mine. I think what we do is, I can't use my Lauren Revealed as a brainstorm shuffle because I don't have a blue land. So it's probably something as simple as Ruby, Lorien, Island, opponent mull to 5. Represents just like a lot more things and conceals our information on strip mine. And we can get a basic island so that we don't get wastelanded. We have double force for our heavy combo. We're advancing our mana. Off-color Ruby means we don't have any early Lurrus lines. Opponent did pause and draw step. I don't know if that's a signal or not. 6 cards in hand. Yeah, not too much. Okay, Ancient Tomb. Do we think it's going to be Jewel or do we think it's going to be Prison Shops? Soul Ring is good. And then Trinisphere. That doesn't actually tell us anything. So I'd rather have a Dress Down or a Brainstorm. A Brainstorm, probably. Problem here is we can't actually strip mine this Ancient Tomb because of Saga. Manifold Key. I think I'd rather not get my strip mine, so I'm just gonna get the key down and not get the Lurrus. This looks pretty bad for us, if all things considered. We don't have any kind of like powerful acceleration here for our game plan, not for mana wise. Sphere. Yeah. 3 cards in hand. So it is Sphere Shops. Basic Island. That's interesting. Don't know why there's a basic island. This is going to turn off my Ruby, and I'm going to be pretty restricted underneath this sphere. They have a Soul Ring, so it's not like we're actually making a lot of ground by wastelanding their tomb. Should I just force this? It's not a great force, but I kind of want to end step Brainstorm anyways. So maybe I just let it go. It's not good for us. I did put Hercules on my board, though. So that's good. Manifold Key was named. I'm a lot happier about Manifold Key being named. I think I am going to end step Brainstorm just to utilize our mana and see if we can find something nice. Yeah, this is great because now I can actually put back... Do I put back... Yeah, I'm going to put back Force and Fluster. And that will give me better cards, hopefully. I think I'd rather just have double white than get the Underground Sea. I'd redrew a force anyways. All right, well, I'm going to go put the Lurrus in my hand. Definitely did not want to redraw Force. I wanted all the lands I could get, but this could end up hurting us if my opponent goes like land Golos and we can't force it. You know, there's a lot of things that can go badly here. Even Wasteland on our thing is not that good for us. Last card is being held in hand, so maybe an uncastable right now. Maybe another 2-drop. Okay. Drew an Academy. Can't play Academy because I want to play Lurrus this turn. Hold up this strip mine. Can't really do anything with this Lurrus yet. But it holds off a no patchwork attack, and then if they attack with everything, then I get my lifelink back anyways. So they probably holds back an attacker. So it's not nothing, but it's not great. They drew the Wasteland, and they have a Golos. Yeah, this is what I was worried about, but I like couldn't really Wasteland them. Because if I got Saga here, it'd be really bad, right? Like, now I'm going to have to kill the Saga anyways, but... Or the Caracas, sure. I guess we get to wait, see what we draw first, but I'm going to have to kill this. They should just attack with either, both. Don't think it matters. Okay. Not a good draw. I'm definitely losing at the game at the moment. I draw, I guess a Haywire Mite's not good until I find green mana. I have good draws, but unfortunately this like Golos is really large as well. Yeah, this makes the most sense to me. I wonder if there's like a block on Automaton makes sense here. What are our good draws for for this thing? We can draw Haywire Mite. We can draw Soul Guide Lantern, Petal, Dauntless Dismantler. There's a couple good draws. Okay, they're just going to go with just Golos. That's fine. We've got time. But we need to draw something. Wasteland on this will restrict me a lot too. Turn off Lorien Revealed and things. Oh, they drew another one? Nice. This is 6, right? Nice. That's big. They couldn't Wasteland me because they needed to have the land for Golos. All right, there's some really good hits. Let's see them. Saga is technically one of them, but it's going to get Wastelanded. Have Force up again, though. Was there an opportunity for me to block this patchwork, or no? I really wish I had blocked the patchwork at some point, if there was an opportunity to. Maybe they just, like, didn't let me do that. I can't force that. Doesn't do anything. So now I take 7. I get my Saga Wastelanded. I probably have to swing back with my Lurrus after, or I guess it's better to chump block the patchwork at some point rather than swing back. Not right now, though. Still give myself another turn. I have good draws. I swear. I swear I have good draws. Even Lorien Reveal's castable right now. Dauntless Dismantler on 2 would be so good here, actually. Oh, they're going to leave back Golos. More time for me. Opponent has been very conservative with their attacks. I'm not sure I would have been, but I also know my hand, so. All right, anything good? Mental misstep. I swear I've drawn the worst cards. I'm almost out of time. This is 7. I have such good draws. Do I have enough to activate Dismantle on 2 right away? Not even sure I do. Probably have to block first. I mean, it's a 1/4, so like, it's a huge blocker. 7, sure. I don't know how this maths out on my next attack, or on their next attack. If I block, it's not enough to live, right? It's kind of unfortunate. Post-combat revoker. Just drawing too many forces. Yeah, I'm still dead on board without a blocker. Intuition. Oh, is there anything I can actually get off of a 4-mana intuition? I don't have a swords. I have a Dusk Rose Reliquary. Can't cast Fiddlebender. I can cast Haywire Might. So I can get Dusk Rose Reliquary. Balance. Black Lotus. Okay, so I could get Black Lotus, Haywire Might, Dusk Rose Reliquary. Because if my opponent gives me Black Lotus, I pay 1 for Black Lotus, and then I return Haywire Might or Dusk Rose Reliquary. I can sack my key to Dusk Rose Reliquary. I think that's my options here. So, because I can't play Dismantler because of the sphere. So I think my options are... What about Caracas? I can Caracas bounce the Golos. Is that actively even good for me? Not really. All right, I'm gonna go Haywire Might. Dusk Rose Reliquary gets countered by this ward, right? So I'm still gonna have to chump. But I could like hit the Revoker and like try to draw into Vault Key. I don't think I'm missing anything because I can't take anything that costs more than 1 because of the sphere. Besides the Lotus, which would enable me to do other things. I think the best thing would be if they give me the Lotus, which I doubt. They'll probably give me... I mean, if they give me Haywire Might, it's a lot better for me too, actually. Oh, I guess I won't be able to replay, so maybe it's not. If we had simply, like, not drawn Mental Misstep, Bluster Storm, like, we drew all the things that were not good against shops. All right, Haywire Might, Dusk Rose Reliquary, and Black Lotus. Is Dusk Rose Reliquary here better than Portable Hole? Yes. Because I can hit this Golos. Though I could just hit the stupid Revoker, and it's like just as good. If not better, because it opens me up to drawing Vault Key. If they give me Black Lotus, it's the best, right? Because if I go Black Lotus, I go 1 mana Black Lotus, 2 mana Haywire Might, crack Haywire Might, kill... I might even be able to kill Patchwork Automaton. Oh, they gave me Black Lotus. Okay, so I go 1 mana Black Lotus, and then green mana Haywire Might, and that would give me... Oh, okay, I won't be able to kill the Patchwork Automaton. So do I want to play Dusk Rose instead? So if I do Dusk Rose, I can Dusk Rose the Patchwork Automaton. And then... Doesn't actually help me, right? If I buy Haywire Might, can I just live with Haywire Might blocks? No, right? Because if I play a Haywire Might and I block the Patchwork, I have to block something else with the Lurrus. It's not helping me. But I could go Dusk Rose, the Patchwork, and pay, and then block the Golos, taking 2, gaining 3, and going to 3, giving me the option to draw another creature. I could play the Haywire Might, block. Play the Haywire Might, kill the Golos. They attack and I jump. And then I still have a lockdown Manifold Key, which might be hard for me to beat. Play the Haywire Might, kill the Revoker. I go to 4. Play the Haywire Might. The Haywire Might gives me 2 more life. I'm never going to be able to reuse the Haywire Might, because I don't have green. If I play the Dusk Rose Reliquary and sack the Ruby, killing the Revoker, chumping the Patchwork Automaton, lets me draw Time Vault. I think I have other reasonable draws, right? Well, I kind of want to kill the Patchwork Automaton, but I can't win the game if I do that, right? Well, I guess if they attack with just... All right, I am going to kill the Patchwork Automaton, paying the ward cost, sacrificing the thing, and then they have to attack with at least Golos. I can't kill any of their units anyways. Oh, this only kills non-creatures. All right. I'm bad at this game. This is fine, though, because it makes blocks. Holy shit, I just forgot I can't Haywire my creatures. Would they draw another sphere? I'm not coming back from that. So if I had gone Dusk Rose Reliquary, maybe I can win this game. But now... Well, if they like make bad attacks, we have like some good blocks. Okay, they did not make any bad attacks here. Because I'll just die. All right, I played badly and I lost. It's weird. I like tanked for like 5 minutes on that and I still came up with the wrong answer. I mean, this bought me a turn. I just have no outs though, right? Ooh, brutal. If I hit Time Walk, that would have been good. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so like I think what I should have done is killed the Phyrexian Revoker, so I had the chance to draw Time Vault. I feel like that's the only way I was getting out of this game. Okay. I don't think I could have won that game, but I didn't make the right play there. It's gonna be tough to win that one if we draw Mental Misstep like that, but this is only going to get better post board. Like a lot better. Swords, Hercules, Negation. And then we can take out Probe, Misstep, Flusterstorm. 3 more cards. Dig Through Time. I feel like this is not a balanced matchup. It's not like they're aggro shops. Maybe I don't even need 4 swords. I think I'm going to play 4 swords, though. Needle Might. Yeah, I definitely forgot that I couldn't Might not a creature token. Or a creature at all. That was bad. It's not the most broken card ever. It'd be really strong if it could kill creatures. I mean, it's like pretty good against creatures because it blocks and gains life, but I think I don't need 4 swords probably. Portable Hole is really good in this matchup, and I'm kind of sad I don't have another Portable Hole. Portable Hole hits the sphere and the Null Rod and everything, so I did put a Hercules on my board though, so we got that going for us. Man, I can't believe I tanked for 8 years on that and came up with the wrong answer. So yeah, the right answer was Dusk Rose sacking my Ruby on the Revoker, chump block and live and try to draw Time Vault off the top. I think that was my only draw, so I think it was a bad evaluation of what was my only draw, and then like the problem of just the Haywire might not being remotely good enough there because it's not killing creatures. All right, I gotta play a little bit faster after spending my clock on a useless decision. No mana. Try again. This hand stinks. That's kind of unfortunate. We just like did not draw cards that are good against shops here. Like these are all just not cards that are good against shops, right? Like I can't actually keep this hand. Doesn't really function at all. Let's just mulligan and try to find something better. That's much better. That's my best hand by a lot. So I think what we'll do is I'll get rid of Brainstorm and Fetchland and keep this stuff. And then we'll go Ancestral. I hope they don't misstep me. Right? 2 forces is not ideal here because they have kept a 7-card hand on the draw. Forcing 2 for 1-ing myself is not good enough. I've had a hard time executing this Volt Key plan, huh? Against these, like, high-pressure decks. Saga, I don't have an answer to at the moment either. And there's a Revoker that I have to force, probably. Can't really let myself get that far behind. I mean, if I had a Swords in my hand, I wouldn't have to force it, but I don't have a Swords in my hand. Saga of my own. That's good. I'm gonna go buy the Lurrus while I have the mana. Can't play this Lurrus until I have double white. But see what they've got for us. Assume they have a strip mine, but then it might limit their ability to make Saga tokens. Yeah. Nope, it doesn't, because they have a freaking mana crypt. Can I force this mana crypt and try to stop them from making Saga tokens? Is that something I'm allowed to do? Might have to. Like, what else am I doing here? I'm gonna lose my thing before I even get a thing going anyways. Yeah, I guess I have to. I doubt they have any more Moxen, right? Like, what if I had a Lavinia? Okay, so they're not gonna wasteland me, so they can make 2 Saga tokens. Dress down. Okay. Hopefully they make 2 Saga tokens. I think they'll make 1 Saga token. And then they'll wasteland me. And I will not be able to make a Saga token of my own, I guess. It's fine. It's not fine. It's bad for me. Hopefully they just make another Saga. I mean, if they have a second wasteland, I guess that'd be bad. I guess it's still fine. Like, I still want them to make 2 Saga tokens. They're not going to. Yeah. I'm not making my own Saga token because I need to use my mana efficiently, get my draw in. Like, maybe the best thing that can happen is if my opponent, like, plays a Golos, I can hit the Saga token and the Golos. Graph Digger's Cage. I guess that's okay against Lurrus, but it's kind of denying them mana. Hmm. If they Wasteland now, I don't... Okay, they're doing something. Is it a Revoker? We can get a Revoker with our dress down, too. No Rod. Wow. Huh. Okay. Now my Saga gets Wastelanded, but they have no mana left. Classic prison shops. All right. Do you have a follow-up land at least? You have a ghost quarter. No! I got my damn basic. Okay. I think I'd rather get my sea wastelanded. They have another wasteland. No, Saga. That's not good unless they have an Ancient Tomb. But if they have an Ancient Tomb, it's very good. I have a Lurrus coming down. Definitely playing the Lurrus this turn over like Needling Saga. I think we can beat one construct if they play Ancient Tomb this turn. I can't bring back Dress Down every turn, unfortunately, because of Cage, but I can kill this Cage, right? I've got a Dauntless Dismantler and a Haywire Might. No, Haywire Might doesn't do it. Just Dauntless Dismantler does it, I guess. I don't have a Seal of Cleansing in my deck. I considered a Seal of Cleansing. I considered Serenity. There's a lot of other cards you can play. Serenity would be pretty good in this matchup. I don't know if it's better than like a Hercules, but maybe. Academy? You can't be serious. Oh, opponent is so good at this game. I feel like we've been savagely outdrawn. Maybe I was just supposed to play Needle on Saga. Play around 4 Ancient Tomb, 1 Academy. They played Seal of Cleansing around Seal of Cleansing. Nice. All right, well, now we're definitely losing at the moment, so that's a problem. I do have, like, block replay on my Lurrus, at least, which is something. But they're going to actually probably needle my... They're probably going to needle my... my Krakus, and they're gonna start getting in because this thing blocks. I need to draw Swords to Plowshares. I have 4 swords in my deck now, right? Or 3 swords, maybe? 3 swords in my deck. Man, this game went downhill quick. I should have just played the Needle. Like, I just, like, wanted to make sure, like, if they play a Sphere or if they play a Wasteland, like, I can't ever play my Lurrus, you know? Maybe I should have just played the Needle. I just, like, felt like I could beat a Construct token, but Tolarian into Revoker Construct token is, like, a little different than that. If I draw my Strip Mine, it's quite good. Taking 7. Oh, wait, no. I'm going to block plus Caracas, probably. No, no, this is what, I mean, maybe they just had a Wasteland, right? Oh my God, Wasteland and a spell? And a Karn? Oh, they just have all the good cards. What am I supposed to do? Ah. I've been bamboozled. They can just Lattice lock me next turn. That's crazy. Nettlesis in the sideboard? Ah, you come on. They boarded a Nettlesis out so they could get it here. All right. We've been thoroughly vanquished in this one. Should I even play out? There's just nothing. Yeah, I mean this match was not close. I could make the matchup better, but I don't think the matchup being bad is the problem. I feel like just the draw was the problem, right? Like we had to mulligan to 5 to on the play hand on 5. They had kept a nice 7. I don't know. We do have some awkward cards in the matchup, and it's not like I have a ton of board for them. I could definitely board more, but I thought I thought I was being very thoughtful and putting a Hercules in my sideboard, and that was not enough. I mean, my opponent null running themselves and then just having Tolarian Academy is kind of great. It's so good. It's like the only way that that's like good, right? Like they had one land. So if I had gone Needle on Saga, I still lost this game. So I guess that's fine. Because just Academy was way too broken here. It's just a cool, like, what, 8,000 mana? They can just go Lattice, right? Like, there's nothing stopping them from going Lattice here and killing me. Oh, Metamorph. Sure. Metal Cyst, I assume. Second Null Rod, maybe. The Hercules is not even going to get the job done, right? Second Null Rod. Because I can't... I have to block here. So I can Hercules them, but then they just replay everything. It's my only line. I guess if they had gone Lattice, I couldn't have Hercules them anyways, so... This is just not actually good. It doesn't actually do anything. Yeah. Like maybe they'll cast something with Academy beforehand. No. Oh, wait, what about balance, Justin? I sideboarded it out. If I had balanced here, would it be good? I kill 2 of my own lands and all their creatures, but they just kill me with Karn Nettles. Okay, no, it would not be good. All right. Well, I can't even like complain at all about this because we just simply were destroyed in every capacity of. It's fine. I just concede. All right. Well, winning in is postponed one more round. Okay, here we are in the 6th and final round of the Vintage Challenge. I started 4-0, but my breakers are not great, so I'm not even sure we can get in on a loss. So this is our winning in number 2. If we, start 4-0 and lose 2 winning ins, that's on me. So hopefully our opponent will not shop us too hard, and I'll reveal my cat. No cat from the opponent, it looks like. Interesting. Interesting. We got a force, so definitely a keep. Just hopefully they are not on Bazaar of Baghdad. Chrome Mox. Oh, I wish we had repeal. Well, we have repeal. Do we take the gamble on Cavern? I think so. I think this is a Cavern gamble angle because I have this mental misstep that's dead. I want to be able to force their first play and then repeal their Chrome Mox. Yeah. Force your Thalia. Does mean my Saga is lower, but I think it's just too good to pass up. Let's get our basic island, get our things in play, and put this Chrome Mox back. I think it's better than like, well, it's definitely better than like playing Saga because they have a Wasteland, but... And then we'll have a great play next turn with Ancestral. I'm not sure this is like the best because if they just like have another white source thing to throw away, maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. It's too hard. It's too much to pass up, I think. Pretty sure I just have to jam it. Seems great. A card I can't cast. I did it to myself though, so. See what my opponent has here. Cavern, second Thalia. Don't Dauntless Dismantler. Second Thalia. This one's uncounterable. Okay. Tundra. All right, so let's go Ancestral 1/4 blocker. Depending on what we draw. Yeah. All right, let's do Ancestral and 1/4 blocker. If my opponent wastelands me, then I have a Saga coming. Though maybe I'm supposed to play a Saga so that they have to wasteland me. Puts them behind a turn. Could see that. Yeah, definitely can't replay their Chrome Mox now with Thalia. And this is tapped, so they're going to wasteland me? Sick. That's so good for me. Ah! Oh, they're going for the double wasteland. Ah. I have been hiding this Saga in my hand, though, opponent. Do you have the triple wasteland? I guess we can find out. Nope, 2 Chrome Moxes. All right, well, I think that's a win for us. Should just make some constructs and win, I would think. Opponents thought they saw the line with the Wasteland Strip Mine, get my basic, but I was hiding a Saga in my hand the whole time. Mox Pearl, sure. I can blow these up too if I want. I don't think I do, but I could. Savines? Oh, I have extra. Time to get rowdy. But I hate Saga, my opponent says. True. They thought I had no Sagas because I hate it. Not like that. Not like that. That's too narrow thinking. Oh, they hit us something. Initiative? They don't have... I don't know what they're hit. All I know is I got a construct. Now I'm not going to be able to blow up their Moxen, but I think that's okay. Tundra, and let's go get a... C, I guess. I probably should get a second Tundra. Oh, and Caracas? Okay, we are cooking now. I'm gonna get a Soul Ring. And so I'm going to bounce the Thalia and get my Saga back. Oh, they're not gonna even see me get my Saga back. All right, big Saga win. We baited him in, and the repeal on the Chrome Mox was actually clutch. We did take a gamble in the Force of Will gamble versus Cavern, but all right, this matchup gets better post board with 4 swords. Do we care about some of this other stuff? All right, no Lantern, no Haywire Might. Needle on Wasteland's still good. No Flusterstorm, no Misstep, no Probe probably. Re-Negation just to hit their fast mana. I think that makes the most sense. Missing anything? Have a cat. I have a case of the Filched Falcon. Filched? Filched? Hold on. Timeout. Filched. Noun. Nope. Verb. Duh. Informal verb. Past tense filched. To pilfer or steal in a casual way. So they casually stole a falcon case? Or no, they casually stole a falcon. A whole ass falcon. They just took it. Oh. I see. Okay. Do we keep this hand? I don't know, man. Do we keep this hand? Doesn't look good. It's not like I have good, like, Oswald targets in this matchup. I don't have bad Oswald targets in this matchup, but... Who steals Falcons, by the way? I guess that's the case we have to solve. Don't think this looks particularly good here, though. A 4/4 flying artifact could be pretty reasonable. We have some fast mana, but look, Petal's pretty bad. Caracas is pretty good in the matchup. Reclamation's not bad if we have a Saga going, but we don't have a Saga going. But we have fast mana. It feels hard to pass this up. Obviously, this hand doesn't have a swords. That wouldn't make the plan helpful. It doesn't have a counter spell, and if we draw forces, it gets worse. I don't think I'd play this case off of Petal. That seems like not a great use of Petal, but... This feels like a tough hand to keep, but it's like really hard to put back multiple Moxen. I mean, it's not multiple Moxen, it's one Moxen, but it's just not as good, obviously. I have all these negations and forces on the draw, and I have a hand that just doesn't have any of that. I don't know. If they play like turn 1 Null Rod, how does this hand play out? Not terribly. Island, Case, Caracas, Oswald. Turn these into 1-drop, 2-drop, but like the 1-drop, 2-drop suck if they're turned off. We don't actually have that many ways to remove a Null Rod. I wonder if we should have more ways to remove a Null Rod. We have the Dusk Rose Reliquary, I guess, that we can tutor for. Oh, it's pretty good, actually. All right, I'm down to try it. I'm. This hand feels not great, but oh, they have a Chancellor. It looks like. Okay. 7-card Chancellor Mox hand from the opponent, and Chalice. Okay. No white source, but doesn't look like it matters. Sword is good here. All right, we'll run this into the Chalice and the Chancellor. And then we'll go get basic island, play our case, I guess. Chalice was definitely a thing that could happen. I mean, if they just play a Seasoned Dungeoneer, it's bad, right? Strip Mine? Why, man? I keep getting basics and they've strip mined me twice. I don't have the Haywire Might to kill the Chalice either. No, man, Wasteland is the most dumb card in this whole format, I swear. God, if there was no Chalice, though, we would be cooking here. Do they have a white source at all, or do they keep it on the back of Chalice double waste? Maybe they did. I don't have a Pearl to get. Oh, they did keep it on the back of Chalice double waste. I don't actually have a white source to get at all, because I drew both of them. That's not great for me, for anyone keeping track at home. You get a Soul Ring at least. I wish I kept my Haywire Might, huh? I mean, if they just never draw a white source, like they can't draw they can't draw their Chrome Moxes. So if they just like never draw a white source, it's a Null Rod. Okay. That does make things difficult. I didn't draw the blue card in time either. Oh, shit. All right. Tolarian Academy. Wish I could draw with my clue. Maybe I can get things in play and make a Falcon. I can name Wasteland, though, with a needle here, right? Yeah. Oh, I can't. This is not solved yet because I don't have 3 artifacts in play because I can't play anything through this Chalice. Maybe if they'll play a Thalia for me. Oh, wait, that doesn't help me. That's a different kind of thing. This is mana value. I mean, I still have nothing happening here. I don't have a blue card for force, so I can't even force their thing if they draw a thing. I don't actually have 3 artifacts in play, so I can't make a falcon. If I hit a white land, though, a white mana, though, we do win. Because if I hit a tundra and don't have this, oh, they hit a fucking cavern. Bastard. White Plume Adventure. Or Anointed Peacekeeper. Or... Because if we had hit a white mana this turn, we could just go Savine's back Saga, and that's probably winning. Or maybe it's a Lauren killed my case, so they can't get birded. I guess, when does this get solved? End step? It's kind of unfortunate, isn't it? Because I can't just like stand up a falcon and get the initiative back if that were to like happen. I don't even have enough mana to do that. What am I talking about? This Chalice has been so good. Should I have boarded in a Hercules to deal with it? I can't imagine that would be good. We got our basic island strip mine in this game, right? And they drew a land. I guess we drew a land too, but it didn't exactly do anything. All right, Peacekeeper. So what are you going to name? I guess they name Swords, right? Or maybe they name Fiddlebender or Reclamation. I really want to just draw land and cast Reclamation. That would be so good for me here. Just make constructs and win. It's fairly unlikely they can kill me without a... Like, they could have a Lauren, but Lauren is a human, not a cleric, right? So they probably can't beat this Reclamation if I were to draw a Tundra here. So they probably have to name Reclamation. Could name Lorien Revealed, actually. Would be a pretty reasonable name. Lorien Revealed would be kind of a sweet name, actually. I hate that it was a cavern. I mean, at least it was... I guess a white source is better than a cavern here because I don't have a blue card for my force. I don't want a blue card for my force. I want lands. I want very specifically Tundra lands, to be honest. Opponent is deep in the tank over this one. The fact that we have a Black Lotus and a Pearl, and they have a Chalice and a Null Rod is not good. We have some decent cards, though. It looks okay. This game, I can see us winning, but it's going to be tough. I'd love to solve this thing and get a bird going, though. That would be ideal. It's a pretty fast clock. It's a 4-4. In the tank. I think... I mean, my opponent doesn't know my deck list, but knowing my deck list, I think you name Reclamation here. They name Swords, which I think is totally fine, too. I think Lorien Revealed and Savine's are my favorite names here from here, but I totally understand naming Swords. Okay, Tundra off the top. Puts us in a good spot to win this game. Survey says Tundra off the top. Very nice. Savine's back. Big Saga. They know my whole hand, so I can F6. I think that's the best play by a lot. I don't think this Fiddlebender does anything right now. I don't think Swordsing this does anything that matters. I think getting a Saga in play, the only way they can beat this right now is Lauren. So this is a White Plume Adventure. That gets them a white mana. That means we're going to get at least a Saga token. If we draw a land, we can have a bunch of mana. If not, we don't. But our Saga token starts as a 3/3. Not bad. We'll also solve the case. I think we can take away this game if we can get this going. Dig through time. That at least gives us force. I can't cast anything, so I can use 2 mana to make this construct now. So the case gets solved. I think that's good. I can't play the swords, so. All right, this is good because this will solve the case, which can give us birds. Four cards in my opponent's hand. They have a forge. I take 1,000,000. But I have multiple constructs and a swords and more blockers. And I have a force for a non-cleric as well. So if like they have a Lauren here, I can force the Lauren. They know I only don't know one card. They don't know if I have a blue card or not. If my opponent attacks with both creatures, do I trade the White Plume Adventure for the construct token? No. I'm super big and I need the Tolarian mana. So I can't do that. So I just take an 8. I go to 8. I have to beat Trap and take back the initiative. I don't have a basic to get because I got a basic and it got strip mined. Next turn, I currently have 3. I could play Oswald. If I draw land, I could play Lurrus or Swords. I think I just take 8. Thalia. I'll just force it. Wasteland Needle. Okay. Untap. Draw. Not a great draw. Maybe I can cast it after. Make a construct. Get something. Guess we just get a manifold key. 5/5s. So the question becomes, do I play Merchant or Fiddlebender? Should play Fiddlebender. All right, well, I can't beat a unblockable here, so it's fine. It is what it is. Maybe I could have let Thalia resolve. I wouldn't have played Fiddlebender, and I would have passed holding up Forest with 2 blockers. It's not great. I think I'm just like supposed to try to dodge a Seasoned Dungeoneer. We do know my opponent has a Chancellor and 2 unknowns in hand. They could be zeros. I don't really feel like I should try to beat a Seasoned Dungeoneer. I feel like I should try to beat the other cards that they could have. Though it might just be too late anyways. I just like was set back a little bit too long by their things, and they hit their thing maybe a turn early enough. Though it's interesting if they chose to play Peacekeeper over White Plume Adventure. I mean, I still think that my Savine's Reclamation line was better than playing a Swords, right? I had to advance my mana, make constructs. I have a ton of mana now. I don't really have things to get with my tons of mana, but I almost have a lethal attack next turn as well. Stand up a bird, attack for 14 is possible. If I find a way to remove a Null Rod, I can actually weld this into a Time Vault. My only way to remove a Null Rod is a Dauntless Dismantler, though, right? That's not acceptable. I have a Duskrose Reliquary. Wait a second. Oh, but then I don't have an activation of my bot thing. But I have a Duskrose Reliquary next turn. That could be pretty important as well. I could turn a Clue into a Duskrose Reliquary. I mean, that might even make a lethal attack. Could use a clue, turn off the null rod, and then doesn't really help me though. Turning off a null rod isn't enough because of the chalice. If I had a Hercules in my deck, I could actually merchant for Hercules and Hercules at both of their pieces away. So maybe I'm just supposed to be playing a Hercules in my deck. Kind of seems like that might be the case. Again, if my opponent just like simply has a cleric, a seasoned engineer here, I lose on the spot. But like I can't beat that, so I don't think it's worth playing around. Yeah, I guess I am supposed to play Hercules, right? So if I had Hercules, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Merchant, Hercules, activate. Yeah, lethal. Are they straight up passing or? Ooh, straight up passing. That certainly gives us chances, doesn't it? Fetch land. The 1. Savine's Reclamation. Academy OP. So now what? I wish I had a Hercules, but I don't. I can stand up a bird and attack, and they only have forced to chump block 1. If I swords, they're not forced to chump block. I can play a Lurrus. I guess I have the ability to swords my own thing if I need to. So, I mean, this should be fetch for a Tundra no matter what. The question is, like, what is the best play from here? How much is this? 5. Stand up the clue. Attack all. Stand up the clue. 2 mana are left. Play Lurrus. Dies to Dungeoneer. But if I don't swords, I need to hold up swords. But I have Dusk Rose Reliquary, but I can't do this as an instant. I can. So what if I Dusk Rose Reliquary, the Anointed Peacekeeper, stand up my case, attack all, they're forced to chump, and then I don't lose. So Fiddlebender for a Dusk Rose Reliquary, hit the Anointed Peacekeeper, stand up the case. Sorry, stand up the Manifold Key. And I still have swords up. And then attack, I guess, Merchant Scroll. Or repeal. And attack for lethal. They have to chump, and we take the initiative. I think that was the best line. And I still have swords up, and I'm at 1. That looks winning. Wow. What a cool game. That was a really cool game. We won through Chalice and Null Rod. Crazy. Wow. All right. Top 8, baby. All right, here we go. Welcome to the top 8 of this vintage challenge. We're up against Unlucky Monkey, who is an extremely powerful wizard. Basically the only player on this version of, well, I mean, it's just his deck. This is a questing druid Lurrus Renin 6 chess guy-esque deck. It's kind of a new upgrades to this deck. Normally, when Tomas plays this, it's just like questing druid is a splash in Jeskai. Now it looks like we're also splashing Renin 6, which, if you know what I was saying earlier about Loam, makes a lot of sense. So this is just yet another version of Lurrus. This one has no saga, This is more of a true control deck, like Expressive Iteration, Swords to Plowshares, Card Advantage with Questing Druid, Ragavan, like a very much a true control slash tempo, depending on how you want to categorize it, I guess. But very powerful wizard. We'll see what we can do up against them here in our cat versus cat battle. My hand, unfortunately, has the classic Academy No Mox Lorien revealed. Don't believe we can take this one, especially versus our 5 Wasteland run and 6 opponent. I'd love to keep this hand like Needle on Wasteland. Like if this hand had the mana, it'd be really, really nice. Not that this Dismantler is very good in this matchup, but I suspect this matchup will be extremely challenging. I think these like Lurrus Deathrite Shaman, this one's not Deathrite Shaman, but like true like Lurrus controlling decks that don't play Saga are really, really strong into the Saga decks. We'll have to see if that comes true here. Like post board, my opponent is on like Fragmentize, Wear Tear, tons of stuff like that. I know that he keeps like very much every 7 regardless. I don't know if I can keep this hand. I think I just have to mulligan and look for something that has a little bit more playability. This looks a lot better. I'm going to keep this. The negation is pretty bad here, but I also think that this Dismantler is not very good. Though the Dismantler blocks the like Ragavan pretty well, so maybe I keep it over negation actually. Not that I can play it on turn 1 though. Basically, Tomas is the only player remaining who is still on Ragavan. Ragavan is not really seeing a lot of play across the format. But it looks pretty good here on turn 1 in the control-ish mirror. Obviously, Ragavan negates the Strip Mine game plan. Let's take a look at what's going on in his hand. Tundra, Ancestral Force, Swords Force. God damn it. This stinks. I can't beat that hand. Like, I can play my turn 1 Dismantler here, but it doesn't actually block Ragavan after it gets swords and they cast Ancestral with Force backup. I'm just so doomed. Alright, well, I'm gonna deploy the fleet. Oh, I guess I could play a Falcon. I'm not playing a Falcon. I'm gonna play the thing. I'm gonna make him use the swords. I guess. I don't know. Like what's my game plan here? I'm just gonna get buried, right? Like the Ragavan isn't even the worst of my worries. There's an Ancestral in this hand with forced backup. This hand is just super strong. 7 card Ancestral, 2 land, turn 1 Ragavan, force. I'm just super dead, right? Like what am I supposed to do here? I don't know. I mean, the good news, there's no good news, is I can crack my token. Lost to Tolarian Academy off the top. They've got Ancestral Resolve, so it's 3 fresh ones. I don't have a blocker currently for this thing. Pearl. Time Walk? Yeah, okay. All right, I have been defeated in the arena of ideas. My opponent has just thoroughly dismantled me. I can't even be mad. It's just you get vintage sometimes, right? It doesn't really matter which deck it is. Any deck in vintage can, well, any blue deck in vintage can have an ancestral hand, right? Interesting. Oh god. Okay. Wasteland as well. I guess I didn't have to play a Tundra. I could have played an island, so that was a mistake on my part. I definitely didn't even think about it. So. Force of Will, exiled. Saga Gaming? Saga Gaming feels like a way we get out of this. It's like kind of my only way out of this, right? Kind of happy if they don't have a second Wasteland. But I mean, they could also have like Ren and 6 off of Treasure Token Wasteland lock me as well. So that would be nice though, because then I could just concede right immediately. I hit another land, hit a second Saga off the top of my library. It's just Lurrus, Bobble Lurrus. Fair. Don't think Saga tokens beat Lurrus Bobble if I had to guess, but. Oh, they had second Wasteland. All right, I am willing to concede this game. Yep, that's Ancestral Recall for you. I mean, also, the Ragavan was fine. So, in this matchup, it's kind of interesting because I do want to be able to negate Renin 6, but I mean, this just like not enough. I mean, this Haywire Might has no targets. This Dismantler is a 1/4 blocker, but I don't think it's quite good. So maybe the answer is just a bunch of swords for some of like the lower value things. Sensei, Needle, Fluster, Dress Down, Reliquary. This doesn't really actually look like a great Reliquary matchup. It's fine though. Repeal looks pretty bad here in comparison to swords. And then, so is Vamp. Vamp looks pretty bad. Though my opponent is not really like, they kind of try to outvalue you. They don't try to like put a bunch of counter mount, like Flusterstorms or anything. So maybe I could get away with Vamp. Any Pyroblast? Triple Pyroblast. This matchup just looks atrocious. Like, look at this. Look at this deck. It's really impressive that opponent wins with this deck. They're obviously a very powerful wizard. I have a lot of respect for how they play the game. I don't think I could win with this deck is what I'm trying to say. Very much an old school blue mage way of thinking. Though I guess that's what you get from the Legacy 5-color expert. All right, let's run this. I wouldn't say the first game was a great description of the matchup, just because it was pretty much a brutal smashing of getting vintaged, but it definitely can go that way. I think I have to have some negations in my deck for these Renin 6. Renin 6 look like a pain in the ass for me to beat. All right. On the play, I'm looking for a 7-card hand, please. That is acceptable. Can't really afford to be mulliganing. I thought I boarded the Dusk Rose Reliquary out. That is not a very good card here. This hand's just not very good in general. Yeah, I'm not keeping this. Like, it's just so far from being good. Let's try to find something better. Oh, this is definitely better. Try to scam a Saga win, I guess. I need Force Blue card. I need this to hit swords, but I want double Saga. So I guess maybe it's just double Saga. Opponent doesn't really believe in like null rods and that kind of thing. So if we can like scam out a vault key, that seems like our best way to win here. We have a counter spell backup for it, so yeah, I guess I'm supposed to keep the fetch land over the swords, right? I mean, there's more ways for me to get the swords than there are ways for me to. I mean, if they dash a Ragavan here, there's nothing I can really do about dashing a Ragavan here, though. Like, I'm not forcing it, so. If they play a Renin 6, a Time Walk. On color, Emerald, Volcanic, Renin 6, Wasteland lock me would be pretty painful. Again, how much? I mean, this is Renin 6, I have to force it. Oh, it's Monkey. Monkey, I am not going to force. Monkey is what Monkey is. See what happens. Flusterstorm. Well, I'm not countering anything this turn. No Wasteland, though. It's good. They have Fragmentize? Oh, that's so brutal. Like, classic Saga gaming. And they hit my Flusterstorm, so I couldn't even force it. Good God. Yeah, I mean, killing Saga is good. All right, I think I will play my Tundra so I can swords the stupid Ragavan. I'm so far behind, though. Time Walk into Fragmentize your Saga is just so strong. I'm telling people, 1-for-1 removal on Saga is just like actively good, especially if you're tempoing on the play. All right, how does sword sound? Probably resolves, I would assume. And then do I get wastelanded? That's the next question. No, no land drop at all. Probably get wear teared too. Imagine if they fuse a wear tear and kill my saga and my time vault. I don't think it matters though. I think I'm supposed to deploy them both now, hold open force, and it's where we're battling. I feel like a fused wear tear is coming. Yep. All right, well, they have Pyroblast backup here. Nope, no Pyroblast backup. All right. How did I know the fused wear tear was coming? Swords. All right, well. They have to have another piece of removal. Prismatic Ending, I guess. Or a Wasteland. I guess a Wasteland still does it. If not, we scam a Volt Key win. Merchant, Ancestral. Draw Wasteland. Draw Wasteland probably wins the game. No Wasteland probably loses the game. Man, I feel like I was at the back foot the whole time, too. I'm pretty lucky they don't like to play like Flusterstorms. I guess they do play Pyroblast, so maybe they could have had a Pyroblast, but they obviously didn't have a Pyroblast, but like they had a ton of mana, the ability to play Fragmentize and the Wear Tear Fused. Man, Wear Tear Fused is so sick. Whoa, whoa, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. I wish I could play a deck like this. Okay, no Wasteland, so what does that leave us? They can still have the one Prismatic Ending. I think that's the only other option they play, right? Yeah, they have one Prismatic Ending as their last piece. Okay, Treasure Cruise can't do it because they can't Time Walk. So this is just lost for them based on their last list. Oh, I guess I could have Ruby plus Pearl. Yeah, okay, this is just... We're going to scam a little win here. They're making sure I draw... Like, I could draw the key and they could counter it. So that's probably why they were going to let me do that first, which makes sense. So, like, they could have a force and I could draw the key for turn. Could happen. All right, we scammed one. That's good. On to game 3. Do I want to make any changes? No, I think they're probably pretty much on a similar list. We actually battled through like 2 of their sideboard cards with Fragmentize and Wear Tear. We just like got lucky they didn't have a counterspell at the time to beat our force. We did like obviously get a little ranched by the Flusterstorm on the initial Fragmentize, but Dusk Rose Reliquary. I think I want to cut this Dusk Rose Reliquary and play the Repeal. Just gonna be a little bit more dynamic and blue. Okay, game 3, finals, quarterfinals, top 8 of this tournament. Powerful Lurrus Saga Mirror. Not Saga Mirror, I should say. My opponent does not play Saga. Powerful Lurrus Mirror. Not 2 Sagas. Just me. Keeping this hand doesn't do anything against Ragavan, but I do think I'd rather have this Repeal than a Dusk Rose here. No Ragavan on turn 1 this time. End of turn fetch. Do we have an Ancestral? No Ancestral. I have infinite mana here. I'm gonna go Tundra, Jet. I don't think they play Fluster. It's just Pyro, so no point in playing on any of that. I think what we'll do is we'll simply put the Lurrus in my hand with all my fast mana. This does kind of expose me to a Wasteland pretty hard, but I don't really know what I could do about that. Not gonna play Ancestral into Pyro, which is what they're representing. They might be you know, fooling me and like saying, "Oh, I have a Pyro, get me," or you can't do anything. But I think I would wait anyways. Like, I have other spells I can cast as well. If they wasteland me, I'm probably priced into casting Ancestral, though. If they wasteland me, I'll probably end up wastelanding them back. Trop. If they play a Wrenn 6, Preordain. I'll probably end of turn a Brainstorm just because I just need to use my mana efficiently. Top, bottom. See if I can get a Pyroblast. No. Here's a Demonic that shuffles, though. Now the question becomes, what card don't I want? I could go Strip Mine, Savine, Strip Mine. It's kind of an interesting idea. Could just keep all of these cards realistically. Probe them and see what's up first. Let's see. I have tons of options here. I have the more powerful cards right now. Lost the flip. All right. So I want to draw that Tundra first, or do I want a Demonic first? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think we'll just spend our life and see what my opponent is doing first. Pyroblast, Force, Mental Misstep. Jesus Christ. Okay. So let's just make them use Force, Mental Misstep on this Savine's Reclamation. And leave them with Pyro Swords. Oh, I guess we don't even have the Savines. Like, they have double lands in their hand. I guess this didn't really make a lot of sense. I still think I'm going to go do it. It's just keeping us really far ahead. We know their whole hand, so, like, we can play this out. Or we can Demonic right now. Oh, this is fine. I think keeping them off of stuff is okay here. We can even flashback Savines next turn. Though we don't have enough things in our yard yet, so maybe not. I don't know how many Volks they have. They only have 2 Volks, so they can't fetch a Volk right now. But they do have Mental Misstep. Lorien revealed. God, we have so many good choices now. So what do we want to do? Assuming they only have 2 Volks in their deck. What do we like? What do we even Demonic for? Like, I have the Ancestral in my hand. I can Demonic for Mental Misstep and Ancestral. It seems silly, though. I don't think they have another Volk. So I'm going to cast Lorien Reveal. Time to find out. They have a Plateau? Oh, okay. Well, that's on me, chat. I didn't realize they had a Plateau. Okay. Yeah. That was bad. I knew they had a Plateau because I played against them, and I'm looking at their deck list, and I was just like looking at the number of Volks like an idiot. All right, so I still need to get rid of this Mental Misstep to resolve my Ancestral. But we don't know 2 cards in their deck. The good news about Plateau is it doesn't cast I was gonna say it doesn't cast Wrenn 6, but they have Black Lotus now. They have Hardcast Force and Mental Misstep and Fragmentize my Mana Grip. That's fine. Okay, so Force, Swords, Misstep versus my current hand. This makes Fragmentize. This means I can't Savine's Reclamation back my Strip Mine is what they're doing probably. Sapphire. So there's no way. Well, I can. If I go get a Flusterstorm with my Demonic, I can resolve my Ancestral, right? 1 spell, 2 spells, 3 spells. Mental Misstep is the 4th spell. Fluster would work. I should just Demonic for Saga, though. Maybe I was supposed to play... I mean, I don't want to play Lurrus into swords either, right? Just pass with repeal up. I probably am interested in possibly repealing the Black Lotus. They can cancel it, obviously, but that would be maybe a win. Oh, I guess if they hit a land, they could play their own Lurrus here. I think we're just going to wait with our Saga advantage. I can't resolve any of my spells, like, efficiently, though. Oh, now I can resolve my Lurrus, and... No, I guess I could have played Strip Mod. I can play the Savine's Reclamation, maybe, for the sword, for the Force. Wow, there's so many things going on here. I'm probably playing a little too fast, but... I can't afford to play my Lurrus right now, because I need to make sure I make construct tokens. I'm not convinced I'm playing this very well, but I'm just going to make the best choices I can think of, and then we'll go back and learn. This is definitely not a matchup style that I feel particularly good at. I feel like it's always kind of been my fear or lack. Like, I just, like, don't know about this kind of, you know, exchange of resources kind of game. Like, their deck definitely favors that kind of thing because they have a bunch of different draw engines, but... And I just, like, I don't know, maybe I'm not giving myself enough credit, but I definitely think I'm a worse player, especially at this kind of Magic. Just gonna do my best. I have a Lurrus to I have a Caracas Batches their Lurrus now. I have 2 big constructs coming. I have the ability to, like, play with Lurrus and protect it with Caracas eventually. I have a Savine's Reclamation bringing back Saga and Strip Mine, but I can't really resolve it because they have a Force and a Misstep at the moment. Maybe at some point I was just supposed to get my Ancestral Misstep. That seems silly, though. Caracas does answer Ragavan as well. Lots of things are happening. Just, like, knowing my opponent has had a misstep has made me play very differently. Oh, they drew green card, so it's just Renin 6. That definitely puts a damper on my stuff that's happening. But, can't counter it right now. I'll probably try bouncing it at end step. Renin 6 is pretty good here, especially if they, like, drew a Wasteland as their last card that we don't know about, but I can't do anything about that, really. No, bring back Volcanic, sure. Definitely don't want to bounce this while they have green mana. If I can bounce this, then they didn't bring back Tropical. They have more Tropicals in their deck, but there's a world where them bringing back Volcanic here means that I can repeal this and they can't replay it. I don't know. So we know they have a Volcanic. Wow, what a crazy game. All right, so we know 3 of their 4. Oh, here comes maybe by Lurrus with the... Okay, yeah, by Lurrus. Okay. I don't have to bounce this, though, because I can kill it, but I can't kill it through swords. I think I'm supposed to bounce it. I think this is better. Just because they didn't bring back a drop. And then if they force, that's just great for us. Obviously, they can kill this thing with swords, but then we have a Lurrus after. We have Savine's in our yard as well. Wow, what a crazy game. This has been just like absolute peak great Magic. Great. I'm so happy about playing today. It's been fun. I'm like, this is such a weird play, but we know that their hand has a Lurrus. I need to write this down, actually, before I forget. So their hand has this plus Lurrus plus Unknown. And it might have Ren after. Depending on if my opponent forces here. So if they force, it leaves them with nothing. They swords my thing. Oh, they have Pyro. Is that their last card? Wow. So their hand is Lurrus plus those cards. But this is tapped out, so they do lose their Ren and 6 anyways, right? Because they can't play swords. And I drew another Saga. I think this is just winning. I don't think they have like board sweepers in their deck either. I don't even need... I can just Needle Wasteland realistically, right? I could hit their whole yard. Just gonna Needle Wasteland. Kill Renin 6, play Lurrus with the ability to Caracas my Lurrus. And their hand is Swords, Force, Misstep. I guess maybe I should... I mean, I have to leave open Caracas. So they force this instead. And then I can resolve Ancestral on the next turn. Okay, this is fine too. I don't have lethal on the table, but it's pretty damn close. If I draw Moxen, maybe. This just looks super winning. How do they come back from this? I've held an Ancestral my entire game. They've drawn Fetch for turn. Oh, they have Lurrus coming down now. So this is Lurrus Lotus, which is fine. So I can't Caracas their Lurrus because they swords my Lurrus. Aw. If they swords my Lurrus... I'm using my mana this turn for a construct, so I can't go Savine's Reclamation, but I could go Savine's Reclamation. I could go Ancestral, make them misstep, and then cast Savine's Reclamation on Strip Mine Saga, strip mine them off white mana. It's not very good. Are they going to Swords my Lurrus to stop me from playing Mana Crypt? Maybe. Drew my own swords. Play my Mana Crypt. They still have Mental Misstep. I think I just offer this trade. I don't even care about my Lurrus. It's a lethal attack. They have to use a swords or block. They're just trade, right? Yeah. I'm not sure that this was the best way to go about this. Vault. Top. They have swords force. I think I just take this straight. I don't think I care. Those cards are bad, but I have a saga, so. All right, they have 4 swords. I have 3 saga tokens, another one coming, Vault Key, and Savine's Reclamation. So this should just be locked. I don't think I'm not sure I made the best choices, but I made good enough choices, and that's what matters. So GG's to my opponent, obviously. They have extremely powerful wizard, so I'm very happy to get this win. I'll see you in the semifinals. All right, welcome chat to the semifinals of the Vintage Challenge. We're up against the youngster. Well, actually, at this point, Jacob might not even be young anymore. Jacob was one of the young Magic players back when we first started streaming Vintage, so Jacob is back. And in the semifinals here, I have a cat. Do you have a cat? No cat from Jacob. I don't know what he's been up to deck-wise recently. I know he's been playing recently, though, so we can go take a quick look. Vintage, I saw Lurrus Saga, Jewel, Lurrus Saga. But he's played everything in the past. Like I see a Countervine and some other stuff here, so. Yeah, let's keep it. So if they're on Jewel, our best bet here is to go Tundra, Emerald, Dismantler. And from there, we need to find our forces. I think that makes the most sense. Let's see. All right, we've got a Dismantler. What do you have for us, Mr. Jacob? Ah, bizarre. That is unfortunate. We do not have a great setup right now for Bazaar. We've been able to dodge Bazaar all day. I'm not even sure that we have a great Bazaar matchup. If it's Countervine, like, Containment Priest isn't even that good against Countervine. We could have a really, really challenging matchup here. It might be just we dodged it for long enough, and depends. It could be Dredge. Dredge, I think we are much better suited for because we have all of these Containment Priests. Containment Priest, 4 Containment Priests, and a Tabernacle in the sideboard. And then in the main, we've got a Needle and a Soul Guide Lantern. So if we can get a Saga to fruition, we could vamp for something. All I know is oh, it is Dredge. Okay. At least the Containment Priests are going to be good. The problem is I have this Dismantler, which is not actually good here. And I don't actually have a Saga going off. If I had a Saga going off an extra turn earlier, maybe we'd have a better chance. Oh, all right. Well, let's brainstorm and see if we can find something that will help us. Lorien Revealed would let us shuffle, maybe get a black source. Not. I guess we play Negation. Okay. Top. Saga. In. Lorien Ancestral Negation. Huh. I still just don't have a black source for my Vamp. It is a splash card. Opponent has double Dredger. This looks very rough for us. Probably just chump with a Dismantler because it doesn't do anything. Narcomoeba, Grief, Grave Troll. Brings back an Amalgam. This does block an Amalgam though, so maybe I keep it around as a 1/4. 1/4 is a pretty good stat line actually against Icarid and Amalgam. I just don't think we have the time. And even if I had Ancestral, I know the cards on top of my library are bad. So maybe what I do is I draw the Ancestral, and then I draw with top and cycle with Lorien. Yo, maybe we can actually pull something off like that, actually. I don't know if they still have any disruptive elements here, but we could go draw with top, cycle with Lorien, vamp for a Soul Guide Lantern. That might be enough. I don't know if that's actually enough. But with a Saga, maybe it's enough. All right, draw. So let's, because I know my cards are bad, right? So let's draw with top. Cycle with the lantern, Lorien revealed. Grab my Underground Sea. Underground Sea, Vampiric. I think it has to be, it can't be Needle on Bazaar. It's too late for that. I think I need to time walk my opponent with a Soul Guide Lantern here. Ancestral. Wait, what about Fiddlebender? If I play Fiddlebender, it's not enough. So let's just play a Soul Guide Lantern. That definitely hits an Icarid. So the question is, do I let them return an Icarid? Or do I just hit the whole thing? 7. That's the question. The question is, do I let them dredge an Icarid? I think so. I think we wait and try to hit like Creeping Chills and stuff. They should probably return this Icarid first. They could just chill me a bunch in response. Maybe I should just hit it on my turn. If this comes into play and I chump here, I take 7 and they would have to hit. So they could like draw naturally, or they could just naturally dredge, but they can't naturally dredge very much. They have 5, I guess. All right, I'm going to let this come into play. I think I'd rather just hold my lantern. Maybe that's just so silly though, right? I don't know. This is like keeping them from using the Grave Troll though. They hit nothing on that. Take 8. All right, so if I make a creature, get a needle. They didn't activate in response. And now I think I'm just winning. Clear their yard. Yeah, this is just one. They have to draw Vigor. And then we can turn these things into Vault Key. I think we have enough time. I have to make this trade. I'm winning with Vault Key, so I don't care about this trade at all. Negation. So I turn this into a key and then this into, or maybe I should just hit the flyer. And I can't activate this turn. But I have a negation. But I can't keep my negation up for Vigor. That's fine. I can do it next turn. Okay, so I just... Oh, I still won't be able to hold up. Still won't be able to hold up negation. So... Yeah, I can't hold it up, so... I think we've got it, though. Wow, this would be a pretty impressive win, wouldn't it? I can still die to Vigor, though. Kind of need to draw a land. No, land doesn't do it. A force? I don't want to lose my needle, right? If I crack my needle... There's no difference in... There's no difference in getting... I don't have anything else to tutor. I think I want to go get a 1-drop. And then do it on the next turn. But I have a 1-drop, so I don't need to get a 1-drop. I can just sack... I can just sack the fiddle. No. I have to sack an artifact or a creature. I just sack the sapphire. I guess that's the play. Okay, I just can't hold it open, huh? Oh, I guess this goes on the stack, though, so this is worse. So now I can still get Vigored, but at least they don't get a Bazaar activation. I'm not sure I played that right. There might have been a way to make that better. I just can't hold up a negation at all, so... I have to pray. No Vigor. We got there. I must have done something wrong. I feel like there was a way that I could have played around everything, but we definitely got our opponent with the main deck Lantern Needle off of Saga there. Well, the Lantern was off of Cycle Vamp Ancestral Lantern. So, all right. A game 1 win against Dredge is a big win for us here, especially where we get to board in 4 Containment Priests, 1 Tabernacle. possibly Swords to Plowshares. I don't know how many, but negations are pretty awful. I don't know if we have to keep in Force because it protects our saga. That might be the case. I have heard that before. I don't know if it's true or not. Repeal is bad. Dig is bad. Haywire Might is bad. Fluster is good. We just might end up with like not enough blue cards though, right? Dress Down is bad. Misstep is okay, but not great. Oh, we're gonna have not enough blue cards anyways. We're 18 right now. So I kind of want to just like take out Force. Dress Down is bad. Well, I don't need to play all of these swords, right? Maybe I do. Oh, Dismantler is bad. Dismantler blocks. I don't know, man. I think that's like a real thing. Caracas. We're already pretty light on lands. Man, I don't know how to board here. I did not map this out. I think if we take out less swords, we can keep in some forces. If we take out Dismantler, this is 15 blue. I want to get to 18 blue. I don't even know if Force is good. Like, Force is good against exactly Vigor, right? But, like, is that enough? I kind of think that's not enough. But, like, then what else am I bringing in? I guess I'm keeping the Dismantler because it blocks. And maybe we just Mise a Force. Maybe we just Mise some forces. I don't know. That seems really silly, but we do have a lot of stuff. I kind of hate it. 15. Let me just take 2 swords and play the full 4 forces, and we'll play 17, which is not a lot, but there's not a lot of force targets anyways. I'm not convinced that this is the correct board, but this is what we're going to go with. I'm not sure. But we stole a game 1 win versus Dredge, which is all I can really ask for. I think that's another bit of a power of closed deck list. I basically play every weekend with open deck list, which is really, really hard. So between no live streaming, not having to deal with chat, not showing my deck list, no chance of people sniping. It's so much easier to play off stream. If I wanted to win more, I would definitely play off stream, but winning hasn't really been my primary goal in a long time for this kind of stuff, so that's why I stream the actual showcase itself if I qualify. I usually stream that. I don't stream that. The actual showcase qualifier event. I want to win. This hand has no Containment Priest. It has a Saga, but it's on the draw. Is this good enough? I don't play enough Lurrus Saga to know if this is good enough. I don't have a Wasteland. I don't have a like interactive piece. I have to have this Saga come to fruition. I'm on the draw. I think I'll just mulligan this. I have like all these Containment Priests too. Yeah. Then now I don't have the blue card. If I had not boarded in the swords and I was a blue card, I'd have protection from grief. All right, I will bottom this Dusk Rose and hope I do not get griefed. Opponent has mulligan to 5. It is Dredge, so they do have to find a bizarre hand. Containment Priest doesn't stop Creeping Chill, so if they have like double Hollow 1 Creeping Chill, that doesn't even beat. This doesn't even beat that. It's kind of nuts. Hollow 1 makes things really difficult. My opponent is tanking on their 5-card hand, which means they're keeping it, I assume. You wouldn't tank on a Dredge hand unless it had a Bazaar in it, right? So they're trying to figure out what to bottom. If I get griefed, I do lose, right? But I think that's a risk you're willing to take with this hand. I guess griefed Containment Priest, I can still theoretically like buy it back with Lurrus. It just probably takes too long. This is definitely the downside of boarding out all those blue cards, but Negation is terrible, Dig is terrible, Dress Down is terrible, Repeal is terrible. Like, those are not good cards, so I think it's correct. All right, well, while my opponent's tanking, I'm going to eat this mac and cheese because I haven't eaten anything. I guess I could turn off the recording, but I'm lazy, so. You're already in the semifinals. You're not going to turn off to me eating, right? Feels like a devilish, lazy thing to do. All right, here we go. They had the grief. So my Containment Priest is gone. And they have the Bazaar. Do they have a Dredger? They've got a Dredger. 2 Dredgers. Okay, this looks lost. Unless I draw Strip Mine or something. Containment Priest. Wow. So there's no reason not to just like wait until they dredge, right? Kind of want them to dredge. Narcomoeba double chill. No cards in hand. Sorry, friend. Thoughtseize bug. Also, I play 4 Containment Priest. I still get chilled. But now I think we're just super winning. They have no cards in hand. They have to naturally draw, right? Because they can't chill me out from here. So they just have to naturally draw, try to hit hollow ones. And then we're going to play Lurrus, Containment Priest. Does it... I have Force, so I don't actually have to... I don't actually have to hold open Fluster either. Sweet. This looks good. Are we going to the finals? Why did my opponent dredge? Oh, they dredged for a black card so they could find Sickening Shoal. Sick. But I have the blue card now. Then we life game with our Lurrus and we win. Crazy. Also drew a Tabernacle for fun. We drew really well in this game. Like, absurdly well. Finals! Man, off-stream magic. Crazy. Okay, welcome vintage gamers to the finals of a vintage challenge. It's been a while. I just forgot to say I wanted to apologize. Anyone who's messaged me in game chat, I've been playing muted a lot recently, just for mental reasons, and it's been really nice. But so I may have missed messages if you have said anything in game chat. Sorry about that. We are on to the finals versus the same opponent who we beat to make it to the top 8, Dr. John Osterman, who is on mono white. However, even though my opponent was the 8th seed, they have won the die roll in the finals because Magic Online does not do modified play draw rules. So, mono white versus our deck in the finals on the draw. I have a cat. That's a good one. I got Vault Key, Saga, Force, and maybe backup Ancestral. I'm going to probably be aggressively countering Moxen here if they don't have a Chancellor. Looks like they have a Chancellor. Shit. Brutal. It's a great time for them to have a Chancellor. Wasteland. Ruby. Not bad. Not bad. So now What do we throw into our friend the Chancellor? Huh. So I could throw the probe into the Chancellor. I could just pay for the probe or the emerald. Costs a bunch of life to do that. I kind of want to use the... I kind of want them to... It's weird. I would like them to Saga or Wasteland the Saga so that I... I don't know. Like, I could go Urza Saga Time Vault, and they would have to Wasteland me, and they have to push back a turn. But then, like, my forces blue card is Merchant Scroll, right? All right, I'm gonna... pay for everything. And I'm just going to pass and leave the Merchant Scroll. No, I don't think I want to. I think I want perfect information. Strip Mine. They don't have a white source. Oh, they have a white source. It's the Samaria's Call. Let's see. Well, I can force the first one. I guess they have double Strip Mine. I mean, I assume they're going to play a White Plume here. This is tough. I think I'm supposed to force, though. I don't really like the idea of, like, Merchant Ancestral here. Jet. Can I balance them? Balance them is not even good right now. This demands a Wasteland, but they can still play Chancellor on the backside. Sorry, still play White Plume on the backside. I can at least kill the White Plume. I can keep one card in hand, too, because they have Chancellor. So their hand is Chancellor Plains 2 Unknowns. Mana Crypt. So I can go... Would I rather take a land from play? Or just kill the White Plume and take their whole hand? They would leave. Sorry, I don't know what I was talking about with the Chancellor thing. So if I play my Tropical, they get to keep their Strip Mine, which is kind of bad for me. I guess they could keep the Strip Mine anyways with Plains. If I don't play my Tropical, they keep an extra card as well. So do I want to get rid of their whole hand and leave them with just the initiative plus Strip Mine? But they can keep me off of Lurrus. I could just play Lurrus. But playing Lurrus is just bad here, right? I'm gonna wipe their whole hand. All right. So they have the initiative and a Strip Mine. They have to Strip Mine my Tundra. Stop me from Lurrusing. Which means that should stop them from making a follow-up play. Then I have a lot of good draws that get me out of this game. They do get to go down the Lost Well here and try to find a good card, but this tropical island not being a sea could lose us this game because Saga playing Lurrus here would be good at stealing the initiative, getting life gain going. But unless they draw exactly like Dauntless Dismantler or Thalia, they topped. Oh, they hit double Wasteland. Let's see. Interesting. They're just gonna hit the white source so that I can't play my Lurrus. Need to play a Lurrus this turn. Your force is so bad. I mean, I guess I'm gonna get punished for playing my tropical island over an underground sea. This is a bad time to get punished for something like that. Stash. That means they're gonna get oh no, what is this? Thalia? I mean, we can still draw a Manifold Key at any time and take infinite turns. Oswald is not castable anymore. I just draw only bad cards. That's unfortunate. I think I like the way I played it. It just didn't work out. But now I'm too far behind. The only way I win now is Vault Key. Yeah, at least I have a force for that, I guess. But I'm still too far behind now. Well, come on, give me a key. Give me a key, baby. Key. Repeal. Saga is not it. They get a throne. There's a Lauren or a Chancellor or a Peacekeeper or an Archon. I feel like this game I presented myself a chance to win and we just didn't get there, right? I mean, we lost this game because we had Tropical Island instead of Underground Sea. But did we win a bunch of other games because we had Haywire Might? We definitely did. Too bad. Tropical Island punish. I think they should just go Strip Mine, C, Lauren, the Time Vault. I guess I can buy back the Time Vault, so maybe not. But I don't have much time. Even if I like get a Lurrus in play now, it's not very good. God, I just can't play any magic cards because I have this stupid Tropical Island. I lost another flip too. I mean, I drew Mental Misstep, Force of Will, Flusterstorm. Like, that's just the worst draws. Classic mono white, exploiting my weaknesses. Having these anti-blue cards in my deck. Alright, it's okay. Losing the die roll in that game, also bad for the home team. So let's take out the Flusterstorm and the Mental Misstep and the Gataxian Probe. And the Soul Guide Lantern. How many blue cards does that leave me with? 19. It's not the worst. I feel like this is what I did before. Like, none of the cards in my sideboard are good here. Oh, we considered playing Hercules as a way to bounce Null Rod and Chalice. I think I do actually want that ability. Haywire Might I'll take out because I can't actually hit a Null Rod. I can only hit a Chalice. Yeah, I mean, punish for like having these tech for other matchups. That's fine. Some games I think you'll win because you have a Haywire Might Tropical Island. Some games you'll lose because you have a Haywire Might Tropical Island. The difference I could have made in that game was the balance, right? I could have chosen to make them lose one land. I don't think that would have worked out for me, right? Yeah, I think it went fine. Oh, I could have, instead of balancing, I could have played Lurrus. But like, I'm not winning on board with Lurrus, right? I had nothing in my yard to bring back. Did I have any forces that game that I chose to do something different? No, I don't know. I think we just didn't draw. Like, we put ourselves in a top deck war versus a double scry and didn't get there. But like, their top scry wasn't even good. Like, they scryed Wasteland and cut me off one land, but didn't even use their other Wasteland, right? So like, if we on the very first turn of that draw a land for Lurrus, I guess it's not even winning because they follow it up with Thalia. I don't know. Like, I feel like we had good draws and we didn't draw good draws, right? Like, we had cards that would win us the game. And we just didn't have, like, we had a jet, right? So we could have even drawn Demonic, Black Lotus. Like, there was just a lot of good draws and we just didn't hit. And sometimes you don't hit. I don't know. I think the thing I'm the most upset about is the fact that I don't get to be on the play, even though I have a better record, but that's okay. That's how it is. That's how I signed up. That's how it was when I signed up for the tournament. For whatever reason, it seems like it's hard for them to code that. Some legacy coding issues, I guess. All right. On the die roll, got to win 2 versus mono white to win the event. This hand has fast mana, key, force, intuition. I mean, I'm going to keep it. I'm not sure this is a good hand, but I'm going to keep it. I can't put this back. And I have the mana to play turn 2 intuition for Savine's, Lotus, Time Vault, right? So I think this should be good enough. We'll see. I get even plays through Chancellor really well. Doesn't play through double Chancellor, though. So I force whatever they play. And then I have to hope their turn 2 isn't too bad for me, in which case I cast Intuition for Lotus, Time Vault, and Savine's. So Savine's on Time Vault is not enough unless I draw another land. There's some problems with this plan. But I don't think this is a mulligan. I think this is what we keep. We do the thing and hope it works. Some amount of magic is like that. Will they keep a 6-card hand with no chancellors? All right. Let's deploy our cards. Hold up swords. Represent holding up swords. I will force most things here. Can't really beat Athalia, so probably have to hit any Moxen. We'll definitely force Chrome Mox, Mana Crypt, and Lotus. Wasteland. That does throw a wrench in our plans. Maybe I was supposed to lead with Caracas. Just kidding. I had a fetch land the whole time. It's planes. Pass? What's going on? Swords. I mean, now I'm in a great spot. I got force, intuition, swords. Can I do something better? They could have a cavern backup. It's fine. I have a swords. It's not fine if it's a Lorien, I guess. Ah, they did have a cavern. Sick. Human? That's fine. Don't care about that card in the slightest. So I'm pretty sure a land wins off of my intuition pile. So if I take Time Vault, Savines, Lotus. Then if I hit a land, I win on the spot. And if I don't hit a land, I don't win on the spot, but I can put it in play. Because they can't give you Lotus because you'll just go Savines for a land plus Time Vault. What if I go Savines? So the problem is because Savines doesn't automatically win. That's the problem. I could instead go Ancestral Time Vault Savines. The problem is that I can't put another card in there because Savines is always not enough. So what's the best other card to put in my yard? The answer is Lotus, right? Because they're always giving me Savines. Can I make a better play? Like if I make a pile that's Ancestral, Time Walk, something. It's fine. So let's do Savines. Time Vault. What is going on? Black Lotus? Are they the player who gave me the Lotus last time? They might actually give me the Savines this time. I don't have the land in my hand, so the only thing they can play towards is me not having the land in my hand and giving me the Savines. They gave me the Lotus again. Stop doing that, opponent. Got that. Savines back. Time Vault. And I guess Lotus. And turns. All right. Big win. I had a bit of an anemic draw there. Are they going to make me play it out? I have a Lurrus. Ugh. All right. Finals game 3 coming up. Do I want to bring in an additional negation on the draw? Do I want to bring in any mind break traps on the draw? My opponent seems very willing to keep hands that are not mind break trappable. I think I wanted an additional negation on the draw, and I'll just take out the dig. The top is like pretty bad too. It's fine. Maybe I'll take the top out for a trap. Obviously, negation is a weird card to have against a mono aggro deck, but their deck is really fragile in mana, and if you hit their fast mana, like Moxen, you can really hamper them and give you time to deploy your stuff. Also, they play probably a bunch of null rods, so it's pretty good to have a bunch of negations. I don't want to like overdo it on the play, but on the draw, it makes a lot of sense to try to give us some time. So we're looking for a big, powerful hand. What do we got? I have my cat, and my 7 is Swords, Dusk Rose, Balance, Fiddlebender, Basic. I have to keep it, right? This hand's really bad against Chancellor, though. Maybe I have to mulligan it. It's like not that bad overall. They give 7. Like it does. I'm gonna mulligan. I'm gonna look for something stronger, I think. Not like this. I need my opponent not to have any Thalia, Duskmantle, or Chancellor. I just can't keep that. I just can't keep it. If I had a land, I could keep it, but I don't have a land. Maybe I just keep it. It's so good. Like it's just super strong, right? It dies to Archon. It doesn't die to Archon. I'm on the draw. In the finals doesn't matter. I'm on the draw versus mono white game 3. Do I keep this hand? Hold on, I gotta look at their deck list. I gotta see some math. Oh, I don't have a deck list. So it's just any mono white deck list? For Thalia, for Archon. I'm going to keep this hand because I think it's just powerful enough. Ah, they have a goddamn Chancellor. All right. I don't know. I could just lose by keeping this hand, but I think I'm willing to do that. Well, I am willing to do that. I already did that. I don't know if going to 5 is really helping me. My first hand was really bad against Chancellor anyways, so that's kind of nice. My first hand was just super bad. Oh my god, they had Black Lotus Chancellor 7-card hand? Oh, man. That's a shit way to go. But I mean, on the play, finals of the Vintage Tournament, you got Black Lotus Chancellor, mono white. You deserve it. So I can still draw some things that are really nice. If my opponent plays a Seasoned Engineer here, then I can draw a Moxen, and that would let me throw the Moxen into the Chancellor, play a Mana Crypt, go get a Tundra, and then balance. I mean, maybe that's not that nice, but it's something. Oh, Archon. Okay. You have a land? You have a land. All right, I need to draw probably a land or a Mox. I repeal. Well, I think I need to throw the Mana Crypt into the Chancellor and then draw another land or Mox. Hopefully they don't have any follow-ups. They have Chrome Mox 3-drop as a follow-up. Oh, they have Chrome Mox Pass as a follow-up? Why would you do that? Just to draw 3-drop? All right, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I hate this game. Oh, right. They can't play a thing after because of Archon. Ah, yeah. So they have the perfect turn 1 Archon with counterspell backup and into initiative. Right, this is still winnable. It's still winnable. It's still winnable because I have a balance. I just need to draw a Mox this turn so that I can go Mox, Lorien revealed, land, balance. Fuck. Excuse me. I feel like we could have drawn out of this game. It was so doable. It was so doable. Even a Mox puts me to land, and then I Ancestral on their turn. Oh. I know, I kept a greedy hand. I got punished. I did not draw my way out of that one. All right. I lost the finals, but that's okay. It happens. Did not get there. Not bad. Not bad. That was a really good stream. I feel like we saw a lot of really cool things happen. The decisions were not easy, and the gameplay was quite good. I like the deck list. I don't know if the Haywire Might Tropical Island thing is worth it. I mean, it's really good. I like it a lot, but obviously it cost us at least a game in the finals. The case of the Falcon was fine. I'm not sure it's deserving of a spot, but it's a nice little blue card. Adds to the blue count, gives you a 4/4 flyer against initiative, is recurable with Lurrus. It seems pretty reasonable. Draws cards. Kind of want to PO it back to my hand almost. The Dusk Rose Reliquary was pretty good. Every time I drew it, I was really mad, but every time I like needed to go get it, it was really, really strong. I'm not sure about this versus Portable Hole. Maybe you should be playing one of each. That's possible. Balance was pretty reasonable. Dismantler was okay. Intuition Savine's Reclamation was absurdly good. I think these are underplayed cards in this kind of archetype and style. I know people don't like them. They're a little clunky, but they are just super strong. The Null Rod on the sideboard was good. The Hercules didn't actually do the thing it needed to do. Maybe it needs to be a Serenity. Hard to say. I liked the main deck tutor package toolbox with lanterns and needles here. Overall, the Strip Mine was good. The Caracas was good. The Sagas were good. The deck worked. Very happy with this creation. Like I said, this is my take on Turbo Volt Key, taking the latest Sheer Con list and tuning it for a little bit of my tastes. Of course, the Intuition and Safine's Reclamation is a thing I added, but it's a piece of tech that I stole from Brian Kelly back when Brian Kelly was experimenting with Lurrus combo-oriented decks pre-Lorien Revealed, actually, and like he would play like 2 Sagas because the mana was so bad. But I really like this kind of tutor package. It kind of keeps everything together. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you for watching all the way to the end. This is going to be an extremely long video. If you're interested in more vintage content, make sure to check out this YouTube channel every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'll see you then.